Prologue. Rosie. As consciousness slowly seeped into my senses, a pang jolted me awake. The room felt like an ample, dark space, void of his presence. Cold tendrils of loneliness wrapped around me, causing beads of sweat to break out on my skin. Each hair on my arm stood on end with the chill in the air. My heart pumped faster in the stillness around me. It was always like this every time he was to embark on yet another mission. In desperation, my hand groped for the warmth of his body. His side of the bed was cold and empty. Panic had me sitting up, urging me to call out into the darkness that enveloped our bedroom. "Russ?" The word escaped my lips in a hushed murmur, a plea that came out in a whisper. I flicked the bedside lamp, and the room was bathed in a soft amber glow, casting shadows across the walls. His absence was as scary as a silent scream in the stillness of the night. I slid out of bed and hastily slipped on my footwear. Wrapping my robe around my body, I hurried towards the living room, hoping to find him there. The fresh scent of soft soap drifted from the kitchen to the living room. The air was thick with throat-grabbing anxieties and the cloying sweetness of lilies. Russ stood by the window, a silhouette against the bruised purple of the morning sky. Dressed in his olive drab uniform, he seemed impossibly broad-shouldered, contrasting the gaunt hollowness of his cheeks. I cleared my throat, calling his attention to me. He turned with surprise, crossing his features before a tired smile settled on his lips. "Hey, honey, what are you doing?" "Couldn't sleep," I replied in a barely audible voice. Sleep had become a fickle visitor these past few weeks, flitting in and out of reach like a mockingbird outside our window. Russ crossed the room, his boots thudding softly on the tiled floor. He stopped before me, his hand hovering awkwardly before settling on my shoulder. The touch was light, as if afraid to break something fragile. "You shouldn't be up," he murmured, the bass of his voice calming and soothing. I shrugged, the movement feeling stiff and rehearsed. He disliked when I fretted about his job, preferring that I stay calm so he could take with him positive memories. Usually I would keep up the act, but how long could I pretend when inside I was falling apart? His mission was pulling him farther away from home. I shook my head, forcing myself to regain composure. "I can do this. Just one more time." "Just wanted to see you off," I explained with a feigned smile. Silence stretched between us, a yawning rift filled only with the tick of the old clock in the hallway. We both knew the words that needed to be said, the ones that choked in our throats and refused to come out. A cold, metallic taste settled on my tongue. "Matthew?" Russ finally broke the silence, his voice dry. "Asleep," I replied, my gaze flickering towards the closed door at the top of the stairs. Our son, barely 4 years old, had taken the news of his father's deployment with an indifference that both worried and impressed me. He was too young to grasp the potential for things to go wrong, or he had grown accustomed to his father's absence at such a tender age. Russ let out a ragged breath. Good. He shouldn't see me like this. He gestured vaguely at himself, tapping the uniform that seemed to swallow him whole. "He's proud of you," I reminded him as he patted his shoulder. Pride was a poor shield against the gnawing fear that clawed at my insides. I had questions. I had needs. I desperately wanted to make him stay, and I knew it was selfish of me. He hugged me, his arms tightening around me for a long time before releasing me. I buried my face in his chest, inhaling the familiar scent of Dior Sauvage and leather. It was a grounding scent, an anchor in the storm that threatened to pull me under. "Take care of yourself, Rosie," he whispered. In his undertone was the unmistakable emotion he tried so hard to hide. take care of our son, too. I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. When he pulled back, his gaze searched mine. For a fleeting moment, I saw the fear mirrored in his eyes, a raw vulnerability that ripped a fresh gash in my heart. "I love you," he said. Each word a hammer blows against the dam holding back my tears. "Love you too," I replied, choking on the words. He leaned down, his lips brushing mine in a chaste kiss. It was a goodbye kiss, a promise whispered on the cusp of uncertainty. Then he pulled away, his eyes held a silent plea. "Take care of Matthew. Take care of yourself. I'll be back in no time." He turned and walked towards the door, his boots echoing in the stillness. I watched him go, my body a statue rooted to the spot. At the doorway, he paused, his silhouette framed by the faint glow of the street lamp filtering through the window. He looked back at me, a tear tracing a glistening path down his cheek. Then, as if shaking off a bad dream, he squared his shoulders and stepped out into the pre-dawn darkness. The front door clicked shut behind him like a death knell shattering the fragile peace. I stood in the suffocating silence, shaking and sniffing, tears finally unleashed, streaming down my face, hot and unchecked. Russ was gone. He was off to fight a war I didn't understand in a land a world away. And I was left behind, a lone soldier on the home front, with a battlefield of worry and uncertainty stretching before me. Rosie. The bright lights above buzzed, giving the small examination room a sterile feel. The air smelled strongly of disinfectant and a bit of nervousness, making breathing almost hard. Despite the familiar surroundings of Kentwood General Hospital, a knot of worry tightened in my stomach. Tonight was my on-call shift, and with Russ deployed in Iraq and our son's birthday approaching, I felt more pressure than usual. A soft knock at the door startled me from my thoughts. "Come in," I called out. The door creaked open, revealing a familiar face. Mrs. Ludacris shuffled in, her frail frame dwarfed by the oversized floral print dress she wore. Her silver hair was pulled back in a tight bun, escaping tendrils, framing worry lines etched deep in her face. "Morning, Mrs. Ludacris," I greeted warmly, rising from my seat. "Dr. Rivera," she replied, her voice husky. "Sorry to bother you so late." She settled into the examination chair, her movements slow and deliberate. "Rosie works just fine, Mrs. Ludacris, and you aren't a bother at all," I assured her, my practiced smile slipping into some concern. Mrs. Ludacris was a regular at the ER, a part of Kentwood with a long history of minor ailments and a heart full of stories. "I have this stubborn cough, doctor," she began, her voice dropping to a worried whisper. "Been hanging on for a week now, and it won't stop. My friend thinks it's tuberculosis." That was one problem I had with Kentwood patients. The older folks seemed to think they could self-diagnose merely by specific symptoms, a misguided belief I had to battle with constantly. I pulled a stool closer, leaning forward to listen as she described her symptoms. There was a familiar comfort in the routine, the touch of her wrinkled hand on mine as I took her temperature, the rasp in her chest as she coughed on instruction. It reminded me of the functionality of life, a world that still existed despite my small, troubled bubble of worry. After a cursory examination, I concluded the diagnosis was bronchitis. It was common in the damp Louisiana winter. Relief washed over her face as I explained the course of antibiotics and cough syrup. "So, you can see she's wrong again," I pointed out, stressing the wrong diagnosis. "Thank you, Doc," she chuckled, a sparkle returning to her dull eyes. "Just like old times." I returned the smile. I smiled warmly at her this time, for the first time since my shift began. "How's that handsome husband of yours doing these days?" The smile was swallowed up in that instant. "He's all right. Thank you. A sting of loneliness pierced through me as I walked her back out to the waiting room. Russ would have enjoyed teasing Mrs. Ludacris about her love for cough drops, his booming laughter filling the room. But he wasn't here. The day continued in a blur of activity. I treated a young boy with a broken arm and another with a sprained ankle due to a misplaced throw rug. Moments later, an elderly man with a suspected case of food poisoning was rushed in. With each patient, I donned my mask of competence, my smile unwavering even as exhaustion gnawed at the edges of my composure. They came and went, a parade of anxieties I soothed with practiced words and gentle touches. During a free period, I snuck a glance at the clock. It was nearly 3 in the afternoon. I pulled out my phone, the screen lighting up with a picture of Russ and Matthew's face turned away from the camera. They beamed at a crawfish boil, excited about their summer. A lump formed in my throat, threatening to spill over the carefully constructed dam of emotions. Taking a deep breath, I forced my eyes shut. It was easy to picture Russ in his uniform, his eyes holding the same steely resolve I wore on my doctor's coat. His smile was my cue to hang in there. He would be with us soon. Getting a grip on myself, I slid back into my seat. We were soldiers fighting different battles, but united in our love for each other and our son. A loud bang jolted me from my reverie. The emergency room doors burst open, a young couple rushing in, their faces etched with panic. "He fell!" the woman cried in a voice like a choked sob. The adrenaline kicked in, a familiar rush that momentarily pushed aside the worry stowing at my heart. "All right, calm down," I said reassuringly. "Lay him on the bed. Tell me what happened." The husband stepped forward and explained that their 2-year-old son had tumbled off the bed. As I examined the child, his cries filling the room, a fierce protectiveness grew in me. Sometimes I wonder how motherhood managed to seep into my profession. I was supposed to treat my patients without being emotional about it. That was an attribute common to great doctors. Not me. I just had to remember my son at this very moment. Matthew was once this young. The little boy in my hand was a miniature version of my precious boy. He meant so much to his parents, and I had to save him. Thankfully, the little boy's fall had resulted in nothing more than a bumped head. As I assured them their son was fine, the relief on the parents' faces was a balm to my anxieties. "Thank you, doctor," said the young mother, clinging to her husband's arm. I left the couple staring at their son. As dusk painted the horizon with streaks of burnt orange, the ER finally quietened. Exhausted but strangely exhilarated, I leaned back in my chair, awaiting the doctor on the night shift to resume. Exhaustion settled on my shoulders like a leaden cloak as I shut off the overhead lights in the examination room. Another shift had concluded, and another wave of anxieties had been temporarily subdued. Reaching for my bag, I grunted as a numb ache bloomed in my lower back. Ignoring the pain, I strode out of the office. I stopped by the reception and greeted the booming young lady on the seat. She was typing away rapidly, her mouth busy with some bubblegum. "Hey, Elena." "Oh, hi." "Bye, Dr. Rivera. See you tomorrow," she said, lifting her head from the computer long enough to smile. "It's my day off tomorrow," I called over my shoulder. "Noted, Doc." Stepping outside, the warmth of evening was a welcome relief to the harsh fluorescent glare I'd grown accustomed to all day. Slinking into my red convertible, I cranked the engine and warmed the car. With a sigh, I pulled out my phone, the green icon mocking me from the screen. Russ. My thumb hovered over the dial button for a moment. Calling him had become a futile gesture I repeated almost every day. The connection was always spotty at best when he was deployed. These days, it was non-existent. Life, indeed, had a cruel sense of humor, throwing curveballs just when you thought you had a handle on things. Tomorrow was Matthew's birthday. He would be 6 years old, the age at which the world started to truly open up to a child with wonder and possibility. Life becomes more colorful for a 6-year-old. Our world feels slightly less bright and much more beige these days. Our son hadn't seen his father in 2 years. I had to devise excuses for Russ's absence at his 5th birthday party. It looked like I would be handling things alone again this year. Anger like a hot ember in my stomach brewed to life. Inhaling slowly, I let the air fill my lungs, then released it in a deliberate exhale. Life as a soldier's wife was a constant exercise in holding your breath. I'd mastered living a minefield of emotions, constantly feeling like one half of a whole. Russ used to be mine. He was my support system when it came to parenting. But he was a world away, swallowed by the vast emptiness of a desert war. If he were here, he would have handled every preparation. Pushing the anger aside, I forced myself to focus. I had a birthday cake to pick up for my son. Matthew was still under the impression his father would be there. He thought Russ would be a surprise guest with a goofy grin and a fistful of army green balloons. It was a lie I had to tell on his 5th birthday, which he surprisingly didn't forget. It seemed I would have to come up with another excuse this year. "We're on our own again, kiddo," I mumbled while driving out of the lot. The mall bustled with the energy of a Wednesday evening. I smiled at kids whose faces were alight with excitement as they chased pigeons in the central fountain. Couples holding hands strolled past window displays adorned with colorful spring decorations. The normalcy of it all pricked at the bubbles of loneliness I'd constructed around myself. I strode to the bakery. The air was thick with a sweet aroma of sugar and vanilla. A young girl with pigtails and a flour-dusted apron greeted me with a smile. "Can I help you?" "I ordered a big birthday cake," I informed her. "Chocolate with dinosaurs on top." The girl's smile widened. "Yes, I have that ready," she said. "A T-Rex?" I smiled in response. Matthew had a boundless fascination for all things prehistoric and animals of every shade. His favorite channel was National Geographic. He knew more about wildlife than I could ever understand. The girl bustled around, expertly decorating the cake with a frosting-filled pastry bag. I pulled out my phone again. This time I scrolled through pictures, a bittersweet ache blooming in my chest. In one of the pictures was Russ, grinning in his uniform. He held up a toy stegosaurus he'd bought for Matthew on a whim during a road trip. Flipping to the next, a video of my 2 favorite men popped up. With his tiny, gap-toothed version of his father, Matthew roared with laughter as Russ chased him around the living room. I could see how he came to love dinosaurs so much. He picked them up from his father, not National Geographic. "That'll be $25.99, ma'am," the girl chirped, breaking me from my reverie. I handed her my card and waited until she was done. This was it, then. I was officially a single mom with a birthday cake. The plastic dinosaur grinned at me, my reward for living up to the name. Heaving a sigh, I forced a smile. "Thank you, honey. It looks great." The girl beamed. "Happy birthday to your little dinosaur lover." "Thanks," I managed, the words scraping against my raw throat. I walked out of the bakery, reminding myself of the strength I needed to take on. It was not just for myself, but for Matthew. The drive to pick him up from school was a blur. My mind raced with a million tasks on my list. There were decorations to be done, presents to wrap, and a birthday dinner that wouldn't feel like a consolation prize to make. And most importantly, we had to have that conversation. It suddenly felt overwhelming. But all that disappeared when I saw Matthew. His freckled face creased in a wide grin as he spotted me through the schoolyard fence. A wave of fierce love enveloped me in a warm hug. It washed away the exhaustion and worry that had clung to me like a second skin. My son bounded towards the car, his blue backpack and boundless energy everywhere. "Mommy!" he shrieked, flinging open the passenger door and scrambling in. "Hey, sugar." The air in the car was instantly filled with chatter about his day. He spoke endlessly of an excellent dodgeball game during recess. I couldn't stop smiling at the gaping space in his upper dentition. He had found the tooth that morning on his bed. I listened, smiling as I drove through the traffic. My heart swells with pride. This was my world now. Incomplete, but no less precious. Ours was a world of scraped knees and bedtime stories of school plays and dinosaur figurines. I had to survive as a doctor and a temporary single parent, a role I hadn't necessarily signed up for, but one I embraced with fierce determination. I'm doing it for you, Russ. I'm being strong for you. You have to get back soon. Back home, I set about decorating. I put up colorful decorations and hung a happy birthday sign. I added sparkle to the designs using many toys borrowed from Matthew's toy box. It wasn't Pinterest-worthy, but it held a certain charm. Hopefully, he would see the love poured into this. And now we wait for a miracle. But even as I uttered the words, I was sinking. They were mere wishes. My gaze darted to the open window as a car pulled up. Peter. The blazing sun made the dusty parade ground look unreal, like when you see things through hot air. I squinted my ears, trying to make my way through the rushing sand roll. It made the soldiers marching in straight lines seem unmoving. Sweat trickled down my temples, stinging my eyes despite the shade of my combat helmet. The endless drills were a routine, the only saving grace being the promise of a cold water bath at the end of the day. As the final company marched off the field, I spotted Russ lumbering towards me, his broad frame casting a welcome shadow. We peeled off our helmets, the sudden rush of cool air a momentary relief. "Finally," Russ muttered, wiping his brow with a grime-stained sleeve. "Thought I'd melt into a puddle out there." "Tell me about it," I grumbled, unslinging my backpack and pulling out a canteen. The water was warm, but it'd do. We took long swigs, the precious liquid a temporary oasis in the arid dryness. Russ sighed, leaning against a nearby sandbag. "Man, I miss Rosie. Something fierce." I scoffed, a humorless sound escaping my lips. "Missing your wife already, huh? Seems a little early for all that mushy stuff." "Why won't I?" he huffed. "We've been stuck in this desert for 12 months and 3 days. A burst of laughter escaped my lips. "Who's counting, comrade?" "Russ is counting, that's who," he declared boldly before taking another long swig. We were all amazed years back when Russ announced his wedding. The soldier went from not being in a relationship to being madly in love within 6 weeks of meeting Rosie. Even though he had been married for 6 years, he still acted like a man in love. It seemed like ages ago, and I didn't understand his affection. "How come you're not bothered too? I mean, Nora's home is waiting for your return. Which bride waits 2 years to be married?" Russ nudged me. "She's going to have to wait," I shrugged. Nora knew what she was getting into when she agreed to the deal. I didn't force her to be my bride, but she agreed. "Machine gun," Russ chuckled, a low rumble in his chest. "Buddy, courtship was the longest period of my life. I felt like I was chipping away at a fortress with a butter knife. That's what love does to you." I snorted. "Love, huh? Sounds like a battlefield in itself." The word hung between us, bitter and alien on my tongue. Love was a luxury I couldn't afford, a weakness waiting to be exploited. Nora was an arrangement, a sensible solution to my mother's loneliness. This was all her plot. She had picked the doting wife for her only son, who was never home. My mom wanted a wife who would give her a grandchild. My relationship with Nora was a picture-perfect life painted based on practicality. Nothing more. We strode out of the field to join others in the hall for food. Russ studied me for a moment, his brow furrowed in concern. "You all right, Peter?" I shrugged, taking another swig from my canteen. "I'm just not a fan of emotional attachments, that's all. There's less baggage to carry around, you know?" "Yeah, well," Russ drawled, his southern accent becoming more pronounced. "Someone must have stolen your heart at some point, left you a little jaded." I scoffed, a wry smile tugging at the corner of my lips. "No such thing as a stolen heart, Russ. Just misplaced priorities." Love was a liability. It was a distraction I couldn't afford in this line of work. My loyalty lay with the men around me. We had formed a pact in this shared hardship. We had promised to watch each other's backs. That was far more reliable than some love affair. Sue yourself, Russ said with a shrug. He hefted his backpack onto his shoulder. Come on before they run out of the good stuff. He humped my shoulder, his eyes twinkling with a knowing glint. Despite myself, a corner of my mouth lifted in a grudging smile. Russ, for all his sappy talk about Rosie, was the one who truly understood the brotherhood code that bound us. He knew my cynicism was a shield, a defense mechanism against the threat of loss. With wide grins on our faces, we hurried to get lunch. The big hall served a lukewarm concoction they dared to call stew, but the friendship around the tables made it all palatable. As we ate, we cracked jokes and war stories, a temporary relief from the tension that simmered beneath the surface. For a stolen moment, the war raging outside faded, replaced by the simple act of human connection, a lifeline thrown across the vast emptiness. We were, after all, people with family ties, and this mission had gone long enough. I was tired. Later, under the star-studded desert sky, I huddled around a small bonfire with Russ and a few other guys from our unit. The crackle of flames mingled with the murmur of conversation, a low murmur of shared experiences and unaired anxieties. Do you ever think about what you're fighting for? The question came from a young private named Miller. Like Russ, he was a married man and very much homesick. We all exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the fear that haunted us all. I didn't need to think further to know Miller's reason for fighting was home. Home. The word conjured up images of loved ones, familiar streets, and a life that seemed a lifetime ago. Family. Russ spoke first, his voice thick with emotion. Rosie and Matthew. That's what keeps me going, knowing I'm fighting for a future where they can live safe and sound, without this damn war hanging over their heads. I nodded, the image of Nora flashing in my mind. Was that all there was to love? A sense of duty, a responsibility to provide? It felt hollow next to Russ's fierce devotion. I fight for freedom, another soldier, a grizzled veteran named Davies, called in. Fighting for the right to live our lives the way we damn well please, without some dictator calling the shots. His words were met with a few approving nods. Freedom was a different kind of truth. It was a concept I understood. The yearning to carve your path, to live life on your terms. But for me, freedom felt more like isolation, a self-imposed exile from the very thing Russ and Davies were fighting for. The conversation waned, replaced by the comforting crackle of the fire and the distant chirping of night creatures. Lost in my thoughts, I stared up at the expanse of the night sky, a shimmering ribbon strewn across the inky black. Back home, under this same sky, Nora was probably sound asleep, dreaming of a future I wasn't sure I could offer. A nudge from Russ broke me from my reverie. He held out a canteen filled with a dark liquid smelling vaguely of whiskey. Bootleg, courtesy of Davies, he whispered with a conspiratorial wink. One sip won't hurt. I took a hesitant swig, the harsh liquor burning a path down my throat. It wasn't smooth, but it sent a jolt of warmth through my chilled body. We passed the canteen around the fire, the shared drink forging a bond, and right there, our silent brotherhood pact was strengthened. Later, as I lay in my bunk with the scratchy wool blanket, I couldn't shake off the image of a face that tormented me. She was imprinted in my memory from a faded photograph I once carried about like a fool. She was smiling, her eyes crinkled at the corners, a single strand of hair escaping her braid. It was a picture of domestic bliss, a life I'd walked away from for reasons I couldn't explain even to myself back then. Now, I had a name for it. Love. I'd convinced myself it wasn't love, because I needed my ego intact. I told myself it was infatuation. Love. I turned the word over in my mind like a smooth stone. Was it a weakness? A burden? Or something more? It was a flickering flame, a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. But I would rather embrace the darkness than draft myself into a lifelong of uncertainties. Sleep eluded me. While everyone around me snored, I couldn't shake off the conversation with Russ earlier. It brought on a memory that slammed into me with the force of a rogue wave. a tidal wave of bittersweet emotions threatening to pull me under. He had teased me that my heart was stolen. Stolen? I chuckled. No, the truth was far more complicated. The reality was a jagged scar etched deep within the recesses of my soul. It wasn't stolen. My heart was ripped out of my chest. A flicker of golden light danced at the edge of my vision, pulling me back to the present. Russ flashed his torchlight in my face. I forced a smile, a pale imitation that probably fooled no one. "Whiskey's hitting you hard, Peter?" he asked. I shook my head. "No, go to bed, Romeo." Russ shook his head but turned off the light and lay back down. With its vast emptiness and star-studded nights, the desert had an uncanny ability to dredge up buried memories, ghosts from a life I'd left behind. Her name was Amelia. She was a lieutenant with fiery red hair and eyes the color of the summer sky. We'd met during basic training, a spark igniting between us amidst the rigors of drills and physical exhaustion. We had been in love, the kind of love in its heady, intoxicating form that bloomed amidst the proximity. It was the most fragile love, defying the harsh realities. In our case, the harsh reality was our chosen profession. We were young, naive, and utterly convinced that our love was indestructible. We'd made plans and whispered dreams of a future filled with laughter and lazy weekends. It was like we wanted to escape this world we inhabited. But war, the ultimate mistress of cruelty, dictated our lives. Our first deployment not only physically separated us, but also widened the emotional gap each day. The missions marked the start of emotional trauma. Amelia, unfortunately, suffered an injury and was unable to bear the pain of losing her left leg. Shortly after, she fell into depression, despite my attempts to love and support her, demonstrating I could be the one for her. She perceived my actions through the lens of pain and hurt. Eventually, one night, she left the camp, and she never returned. Neither did my heart. My pain was mine alone to bear. Grief, like a suffocating shroud, enveloped me. The world that was once sweet and full of promise became a sorrowful place, devoid of color and joy. I threw myself into training, pushing myself to the limit, seeking satisfaction in physical exhaustion. I concluded that love was an emotional baggage I couldn't afford, a vulnerability that could be ripped away in a heartbeat. Feeling the urge to relieve myself, I climbed down from my bunk, tiptoeing through the spacious room to avoid waking the other men. Stepping out into the vast field, I breathed in the cold air as I emptied my bladder. After zipping up my fly, I stood a minute longer, gazing at the dark sky. What am I fighting for? I wasn't sure. Family, maybe? The only person who truly missed me was my mom. I doubted my fiancé cared much about what I did or didn't do. She was likely enjoying herself, just passing the time until I returned. Brushing off the sinking feeling, I returned to the room. A flashlight lit up the space. I walked over to the bunk where Russ sat against the wall, a large book in his hands and envelopes beside him. "You're awake?" I asked, surprised. "We all carry our burdens, brother," Russ muttered. "But we carry them together. That's what this is all about, isn't it?" I nodded. He was right. We all had our burdens to bear. Rosie. The pale light sneaking through the blinds was my cue to leave the bed. Today was Matthew's 6th birthday. I laughed even as a tear dropped down my cheek. It was supposed to be a good day. Instead, it was a bittersweet milestone that threatened to unravel the careful knot of emotions I'd held together for weeks. "Our little boy is 6 today, Russ. Do you remember?" Russ wouldn't go MIA for no reason. Something must be going on out there. Knowing I must do my best for our son, I rolled out of bed. My joints protested with pops and creaks. Tedious shift always left me feeling like a crumpled piece of paper. The exhaustion went deeper today, tinged with an undercurrent of worry. Tiptoeing into Matthew's room, I found him curled up under his jungle-themed comforter, his face peaceful in slumber. A choked sob escaped my throat. He looked so small and vulnerable, so unlike the fearless, dinosaur-loving 6-year-old that he was. "Hey, Sunshine," I whispered, brushing a stray strand of hair from his forehead. "Time to wake up. It's your big day." His eyes fluttered open, momentarily confused. He stretched and yawned, then sat up. "Mommy?" I waited until recognition dawned, and his face lit up. "It's my birthday!" he shrieked, launching himself out of bed with an energy that put my tired bones to shame. He dashed out of the room and headed straight for the living room. The hung decorations in shades of green and blue lined across the ceiling. The happy birthday banner wall hangings glistened just above the couch. I had placed the plastic T-Rex on the sofa. His party hat lay beside it. At the center of the table was his magnificent chocolate cake decorated with an assortment of plastic dinosaurs. Matthew's eyes widened, his jaw dropping to the floor in a comical display of awe. "Wow!" he breathed, rushing towards the cake. "Dino cake, Mommy! And a T-Rex!" I couldn't stop smiling. "Happy birthday, Matthew," I said, kneeling down to his level. "Make a wish." He closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in concentration. Then, with a puff of breath, he blew out the single candle perched precariously on the cake summit. "What did you wish for?" I asked, unable to resist. "A real dinosaur?" he confessed with a shy grin. I ruffled his hair. "Maybe next year, Sunshine. For now, how about some cake?" The sugar rush that followed was utterly predictable. He grabbed the cake and dug his hand in before I could stop him. Forcing the big chunk in his mouth, his face became frosting smeared. That was followed by his poor mimic of a dinosaur roar. I laughed at my little boy, happy to see him this ecstatic. "Now, where is Daddy hiding already?" And that ended the bubble. The gaping sadness in my chest returned. I cleared my throat to explain. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. This birthday was a significant milestone in a child's life, and it lacked the presence of the other half. "Daddy couldn't make it," I explained, settling for the truth this time. "I'm sorry." "But he didn't come the other birthday too," he complained, crossing his arms stubbornly across his chest. "He always comes, doesn't he? Something came up at work, but trust Daddy, he's going to make it up to you." He said nothing but gave me a doubtful stare. I continued, "Daddy will take you in the airplane across the sky." A sharp rap on the door startled us both. Matthew froze in protest, his eyes wide with a question I couldn't answer. Wiping frosting off my hands, I approached the door, hope blossoming in my chest. It couldn't be him, could it? But the hope died as quickly as it flared. On the porch was my next-door neighbor, Mrs. Smith. A warm smile creased her face. She wasn't Russ, but the relief of having another adult in the house was welcome. My son breezed past me to check out the newcomer. "Happy birthday, Matthew!" Mrs. Smith chirped, holding out a wrapped package adorned with bright cartoon characters. "I heard from Sarah at school. Couldn't let the little man celebrate alone, could we?" Matthew grabbed the gift and ran back in. Tears welled up in my eyes, hot and unexpected. "Thank you, Mrs. Smith. That's so kind of you." Behind her, her 2 kids waved excitedly. "Hey, Sarah. Hello, John. Please, come in." I ushered them inside, and the kids ran to join Matthew. John and my son were nearly the same age, while Sarah, although a year older, was petite in size. Her hair swirled around her shoulders as she slid onto the floor beside the boys. Mrs. Smith approached the kids and knelt before Matthew, her eyes twinkling. "Open it, sweetie. See what I brought you." "Thank you, Mrs. Smith," Matthew replied, pulling apart the wrap. We all waited for the unveiling. Finally, he pulled up a shape-sorting cube. Matthew's face lit up with a joy that momentarily eclipsed the absence in the living room. "Awesome!" he yelled, launching into a dramatic reenactment of a T-Rex hunt. John followed the act while Sarah giggled. "And what do we say to that?" I called out amidst the uproar. "Thank you, Mrs. Smith," Matthew replied. Mrs. Smith chuckled, her laughter filling the room. The family stayed with the older woman, regaling us with stories from her childhood birthdays. As the day wore on, Matthew became thankfully distracted by his new toys, friends, and Mrs. Smith's stories. It didn't matter how hard I tried not to think about him. I missed Russ's presence. I couldn't voice my fears, but I was worried about him. "Stop it, Rosie. There's nothing wrong with him. Russ will return." The late afternoon sun slanted through the living room window. The result was light rays shining over the remnants of Matthew's birthday feast. The sugar rush had subsided, replaced by a contented languor. My son lay on the floor amidst a sea of his plastic toys, engrossed in a silent battle between two unattractive animals. "My stegosaurus is better! Your toothy triceratops!" he yelled. I wondered how he knew so much. Shaking my head, I grabbed a glove off the shelf. I'd better start cleaning up since the neighbors had left. A knock at the door startled me. Wiping frosting stains off my hand gloves, I hurried to the door. Laura, my best friend since high school, stood on the porch with a mischievous glint in her eyes. She clutched a crumpled paper bag in her hand. Without as much as a second look, she brushed past me and hurried to Matthew. "Happy birthday to my godson!" Laura chirped, stepping inside and engulfing Matthew in a hug that elicited a delighted squeal. Only after they were done with their display of love did either of them turn my way. "And now I guess we should go say hi to Mom?" she asked, playfully touseling Matthew's hair. "Come here," I said, opening my arms wide and pulling her into a much-needed hug. "Look at my dearest. Ugh, I miss you." I laughed. The sound was genuine for the first time in what felt like days. "Me too." Laura stepped back and unfurled the paper bag, revealing 3 brightly colored wristbands. "Park passes. Ready for a fun time, Matthew?" Matthew's eyes widened. "The park? With slides and tunnels in the ball pit?" "The one and only," Laura confirmed. "Ready to go, birthday boy?" Matthew's enthusiastic nod answered her question. She joined me to clean up, and we were bundled into my car within minutes. Matthew chattered excitedly about the prospect of conquering the slides and running through tunnels of the local indoor play center. The drive there was filled with his roars and Laura's infectious laughter. I welcomed the company with so much joy. At the park, Matthew raced about. He hurtled down slides, disappeared into tunnels, and emerged with a triumphant grin plastered on his face. Laura and I followed at a slower pace, watching him move the obstacle courses and conquer the ball pit with the hearty cheers of a seasoned explorer. Laura nudged me with her elbow as he chased after a group of giggling kids. "He's getting so big," she said softly. "He is," I agreed, a sweet warmth blooming in my chest. He was 6 years old, a little man on the cusp of childhood, and his father had missed another milestone. The silence stretched for a moment, heavy with unspoken worry. "Any news?" Laura finally asked. I shook my head, the past months weighing heavily on my shoulders with raving intensity. There had been no communication from Russ, no email, no phone call, not even a letter. It was unlike him. Even during deployments, he'd always managed to send a quick note. This silence was deafening. 2 years, Rosie, Laura said, her voice laced with concern. "That's a long time, even for—" "Laura," I cautioned her. The last thing I needed right now was some sadistic opinion. "I know, he always sends letters. Even when he was in basic training, there was a letter every week. This is different." Memories flickered across my mind. I remembered the faded blue airmail envelopes bearing Russ's familiar scrawl. He was great at carving out his heart in words. The early days of our courtship, filled with sweet kisses under the shade of the old oak tree in my backyard, were the best. I remembered the first letter he'd sent after basic training, the ink smudged from where he'd clutched it too tightly. "My dearest Rosie, words can't describe how much I miss you. Basic training is pure torture, but the thought of seeing your beautiful smile again keeps me going. I can't wait to hold you in my arms again. Love always, Russ." I blew out some cold steam, dragging myself back to the moment. Laura squeezed my hand, her touch a silent source of comfort. "He'll reach out, Rosie," she said with quiet conviction. He loves you both too much not to. Peter. A collective sigh of relief rippled through the cramped confines of the tent. The news that started as a whisper at first had spread like wildfire. We were going home. 2 years. We'd spent 2 years sweating under this relentless sun, dodging bullets and yearning for a taste of the ordinary. The air was charged with a nervous yet exhilarating energy. The fabulous whiff of freedom was welcomed with an uproar. Laughter erupted as Miller mimicked Colonel Luth's booming voice, earning him a playful shove from Davies. "You must be excited, comrades. Home beacons." Russ strummed a nonsensical tune using his mouth and an empty cup, a lopsided grin plastered on his face. Even I couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope ignited within me. Home beacons. The revelry was abruptly cut short by the flap of the tent door whipping open. Colonel Luth stalked in, his face unusually cold. Was it a lie? His heavy gaze cast a shadow of doubt over the room. The room fell silent at his cold stare. "Sergeant Belvoir?" he barked, his voice devoid of charm. "I'll speak with you outside, soldier." I followed him out, my mind all over the place. Is it my mom? The desert wind whipped around us, carrying a fine grit of sand that stung my eyes. Colonel Luth cleared his throat, his gaze fixed on a distant point on the horizon. "It's about your fiancée, Sergeant," he finally said in a shallow voice. "Oh," my gut clenched. "My mom's fine." "Okay." "News came through a few days back." He sounded unusually sympathetic. "Seems Miss Hayes, well, she got married." "Married?" A bitter laugh escaped my lips, a humorless sound devoid of joy. "Married, huh?" I repeated. "Well, congratulations to her then." The colonel frowned, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Sergeant, Don't worry about it, sir," I interrupted, a cold anger simmering beneath the surface. "It's not exactly a shock. I guess it wasn't meant to be. She wasn't built for the long haul." Nora's restlessness had been a source of quiet worry even before I'd shipped out. Her need for excitement, her constant craving for the latest social gathering, had never entirely meshed with my more withdrawn nature. The war, the uncertainty of it all, had accelerated the inevitable. "Look," the colonel said, bringing his voice to a low murmur. "I know this isn't easy, son. Take some time, all right?" I nodded curtly, the anger slowly giving way to a dull ache of disappointment. Maybe a little bit of relief as well. Perhaps a bit of both. Honestly, I hadn't allowed myself to believe in a future with Nora anyway. Even if I did, we could never be happy, since love wouldn't be involved. Love was a complication my work couldn't permit. Look what it did to Russ. My brother had turned into a softie. The colonel strode off without a backward glance. I turned to leave and bumped into a rigid frame. Russ gave me a questioning look. "I'm sorry, but I heard that. Are you okay?" he asked, his brows raised. I shrugged, forcing a smile that felt more like a grimace. "It's not a big deal. She saved us both from the disaster waiting to happen." Russ nodded, his hand landing on my shoulder with a gesture of silent support. I was still standing on the empty, vast land when he left. I stared at the far distance, my gaze unfocused. The news about Nora darted across my mind. A tiny, vulnerable part of me felt a little regret. But mostly, this was liberation. The only sad twist was my mom. She'd be devastated. After my exchange with Colonel Luth, I returned to the tent. Everyone had left for their bunk. In need of some company, I went to Russ. He was hunched over a small wooden table, a frown creasing his brow. A crumpled pile of paper lay beside him. Each sheet bore a blue airmail stamp. "What are those?" I asked. Russ looked up with a startled expression. "Hey, brother," he greeted, gesturing to the space beside him. "Mind the company?" I settled down on the rickety chair, my gaze falling on the pile of discarded letters. "Are you having trouble expressing your undying love, Romeo?" I teased. Russ chuckled, sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck. "Something like that. Whenever I think I got it right, it just sounds lame. I can't bring myself to send the letters." "Let me see," I said, extending a hand. "They are not meant for your eyes, soldier," he glared, moving the stack of letters to the other side. Raising my hands in surrender, I leaned back. He continued scribbling, sighing as he crumpled yet another paper and tossed it on the floor. I reached for the stack and hopped off my seat. Opening the first sheet, I began to read. "My dearest Rosie, the sand here is much hotter and not nearly as sweet as powdered sugar. Except for you, of course. You're sweeter than a whole bakery full of cupcakes." Russ groaned, burying his face in his hands. "See? It's lame as hell. She doesn't want to hear all of that after so long," he groaned. "Now, drop them already." I snorted, unable to stifle a laugh. "They might be lame, but what makes you think she won't love it? Isn't it the thought that counts?" Ignoring his protests, I picked up another letter. This one detailed a particularly harrowing sandstorm we'd endured, followed by a heartfelt reassurance of his safety and his longing for home. As I read, a strange warmth spread through my chest, a flicker of something akin to envy. Russ, for all his goofy charm, wore his love for Rosie on his sleeve. He was unashamed about it as well. I admired him for it. "You know," I said, handing him back the letters, "these are good. Don't overthink it. Just post them already." He looked at me. "You think so?" "I know so," I affirmed, surprised by the conviction with which I responded. Perhaps, deep down, a part of me craved that kind of connection, that fierce devotion to another person. The war and the constant threat of loss forced me to build walls around my emotions. Witnessing Russ's love for Rosie chipped away at those walls, brick by brick. The night was dark. The only sound was the rhythmic rasp of Russ's pen scratching across paper. I watched him like the silent observer of his love story, unfolding on those flimsy sheets. In his words, I saw a glimpse of life as it could be for them. A life filled with laughter, kisses, and the quiet comfort of domesticity. It was a life that seemed both foreign and strangely alluring. As Russ finally capped his pen with a satisfied sigh, a new letter lay completed on the table. He reread it once, a contented smile gracing his features. Then he carefully folded and tucked it into an envelope. "There," he declared, a note of triumph in his voice. "That one should do it. I'm sending it first thing tomorrow." "I'm sure you will," I murmured, getting off the seat. A collective cheer erupted from the tents, shouts of whoops and hollers that shattered the morning silence. Even the desert wind seemed to pick up the celebratory energy, swirling sand devils across the arid land. "Mission accomplished," someone yelled, the words rippling through the camp. "We're going home." Colonel Luth strode into the clearing, his face etched with an uncharacteristic grin. "All right, men," he boomed, his voice tinged with genuine excitement. "Operation Desert Sun is officially a wrap. Stand down, clean yourselves up, and head back to base. We'll be processing discharges as soon as we return to Kentwood." His announcement was greeted with a roar of approval. Soldiers exchanged high fives and backslaps, and a sense of euphoria swept across the camp. We were going home. We are finally going home. "We did it, man. Oh, God, now I've got some explaining to do," Russ complained, sweeping his hair back. "I never got to send the letters." "Your appearance is way better than freaking letters," I assured him, slapping his shoulder as we moved. The following hours were a frenzy of activities. Weapons were cleaned, tents dismantled, and equipment meticulously packed. The oppressive weight of war seemed to lift with each completed task, replaced by a giddy anticipation of what awaited us back in the States. As the late afternoon sun dipped towards the horizon, casting long shadows across the desert sand, we returned to the field. Colonel Luth addressed us once more. His usual gruff demeanor had softened. "We've earned this," he said, his gaze sweeping across the assembled soldiers. "We fought hard. We lost some good men, but we damn well did our job. I'm proud of every one of you." More cheers erupted, punctuated by a few wolf whistles. The colonel held up a hand, silencing the noise. "But," he continued, his voice taking on a more serious tone, "this war isn't over. There will be other battles and other deployments. So for now, we celebrate. But remember why we were here. Remember the sacrifices made." He reminded us of the cost of victory. Silence descended, a tribute to those who couldn't make the journey home. Then, with a nod, the colonel dismissed us. We gathered around a crackling bonfire, sharing stories, jokes, and the joys of returning home. The desert sand whispered through the flames, carrying the distant strains of laughter and friendship. For the first time in a long time, the future didn't feel like a vast, empty wasteland. It held the promise of home, loved ones, and a life beyond the constant threat of war. Russ and a band of others sang cheerfully, his voice blending with the crackle of the fire. I watched him, happy that he was returning to the love of his life. He was going home to Rosie and Matthew, to a life filled with laughter and the quiet comfort of domesticity. A sharp crack suddenly echoed through the night, shattering the fragile peace. A blinding flash of light filled the air, followed by a loud boom that sent us all sprawling to the ground. The ground trembled beneath us, the shockwave knocking the breath from my lungs. Disoriented and with a pounding ringing in my ears, I struggled to my feet. The bonfire had been extinguished, replaced by an eerie silence punctuated by cries of pain and confusion. Smoke billowed from the direction of the landing strip where our transport vehicles were parked. Panic gripped me, a primal fear clawing at my throat. "IED!" someone yelled, the voice raw with terror. Then came another minor explosion, but enough to send me diving back to the ground. Through the swirling smoke and dust, I sought Russ. He was lying near the edge of the camp, his body crumpled at an unnatural angle. A choked sob escaped my throat as I scrambled towards him, ignoring the searing pain in my leg. He was pale, his face contorted in pain. Blood seeped from a wound in his chest, staining the sand crimson. "Rosie, Matthew," he gasped. Reaching him, I cradled his head in my lap, willing him to hold on. "Russ, stay with me," I rasped, my voice thick with emotion. "We're getting you out of here." He coughed, a clot of blood drooling from his lips. His eyes glazed with pain and a desperate plea. "Peter," he rasped, his voice barely a whisper. Promise me you'll look after them." His request was like a physical blow. "No, buddy, don't do this. Just hold on. Don't say anything." I choked out, a terrible dread filling my chest. "My family, they're yours now," he whispered again, his breath coming in shallow gasps. Tell them I love them." Tears welled up in my eyes, blurring my vision. "Russ, no, you're coming home. We're all going home." The words were a desperate plea, as much for him as for myself. The thought of losing him, of that energetic life extinguished in this desolate wasteland, was unbearable. He shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips despite the agony on his face. "Not this time, brother," he murmured. "Take care of them, for me." He dug out a photograph and grabbed my arm. A loud cry tore out of my throat. The sound rang through the chaos surrounding us. Medics hurried forward, their faces grim under the flickering light of emergency flares. They worked on Russ with practiced efficiency, but I already knew. The light in his eyes had dimmed, replaced by a chilling emptiness. Grief, like a suffocating shroud, threatened to engulf me. I had lost a soldier. I lost a friend. I lost my brother. The following hours were a blur of activity. The injured were evacuated, and the dead mourned. The once festive atmosphere of the camp had been replaced by a chilling silence, broken only by the sobs of the grieving and the distant wail of sirens. Dawn began to seep in, casting an unreal glow over the attack's aftermath. I stood beside the grave, a simple wooden cross marking Russ's final resting place. Squeezing his tags, I could still feel the warmth from his body. On my other hand was the stained photograph he had pushed into my hand. His wife and son. How do I break the news to them? Rosie. The fluorescent lights flickered, casting a sterile sheen on the cluttered desk. My colleague, Dr. Ray, scribbled the final notes on the handover sheet, his face dripping with exhaustion. "All right, Dr. Rivera," he said, not bothering to hide his sympathetic smile. "The night shift's all yours. You have a long night ahead. You have patients on I-95, suspected appendicitis in room 3, and Mrs. Asher in room 4 keeps complaining about her spinal cord." I forced a smile. "Sounds like a typical Monday night in the ER then." Dr. Ray chuckled, his shoulders slumping slightly. "You got that right. Well, hold down the fort. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow." With a final pat on my shoulder, he swept out of the nurse's station, the doors creaking shut behind him. I sighed too, the weight of the coming night settling on my already weary shoulders. I reached for the glass cup on my desk and fetched some water from the dispenser. Returning to my seat, I scanned the charts. Just another night. You can do this. It slipped from my grasp as my fingers brushed against the cool glass. I watched horror as the glass toppled, a crystal domino falling slowly. A sickening crack filled the air as it hit the linoleum floor, shattering into a dozen glittering shards. Almost a bit late, I reached out to grab the falling glass, my hand knocking against the framed picture beside it. The framed photo of Russ and me on our wedding day tumbled to the floor with a dull thud. The glass protecting it shattered, scattering a lifetime of memories across the desk. My knees buckled, and I sank into the chair behind the desk, burying my face in my hands. The silence in the room was broken only by the insistent, almost mocking hum of the fluorescent lights. A sound tore out from somewhere deep within the sterile confines of the hospital. It was faint at first, a low, mournful wail that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. I lifted my head, my heart pounding against my ribs. The sound grew louder, a melancholy melody that sent shivers down my spine. It wasn't the usual frenzy madness of the ER. It wasn't the beeping of monitors either. Neither was it hushed murmurs of nurses or the occasional cry of pain. There was something different, an otherworldly tune that seemed to seep into my bones, chilling me to the core. Panic clawed at my throat. Was I hallucinating? Had the long hours and endless stress finally pushed me over the edge? I squeezed my eyes shut, willing the sound to stop, but it persisted, a haunting lullaby in the sterile environment. Just as abruptly as it began, the music faded away. Thick and suffocating silence descended once more. I opened my eyes, blinking away the tears that had welled up. The broken picture frame lying on the desk filled me with immense ache. Something is wrong. I could feel it. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to my feet. The shattered glass crunched under my shoes as I walked to the nearest bin and scooped up the larger pieces. My reflection stared back at me from the shards. Pale skin, dark circles under my eyes, a haunted look in my gaze. With a shaky hand, I straightened the picture frame, careful not to touch the remaining shards of glass. Russ's smiling face stared back at me, a silent reminder of the life I was fighting for, the life that seemed to be slipping through my fingers like sand. Is Matthew okay? As I mulled over thoughts of our son, my phone interrupted with a jarring ring. Laura's name flashed on the screen, sending a jolt through me. With a racing heart, I grabbed the phone. "Hey, is something the matter?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady despite the knot forming in my stomach. My professional training began to kick in, and I started taking deep breaths. "No," she replied, her voice calm but lacking warmth. "I called to let you know he's already asleep. He finished his puddings and went straight to bed." I was relieved, but couldn't shake the tension in my nerves. "Oh, thank you," I managed. "Wait." I halted her before she could end the call. The melancholy tune from earlier echoed in my mind. Is he okay? Yeah, he's good, she reassured, then asked, Everything all right over there? Yes. Kiss him goodnight, I replied, my voice softening both from relief and a yearning to convey my affection from a distance. After the call, I sank back into my seat. The nagging sensation that something wasn't right refused to go away. My gaze fixated on the frame. You have to be okay, Russ. For us. For me. I reached for my phone and dialed my husband's number, though I knew it was futile. As expected, the irritating disconnection tone rang. And a miracle happened. The call connected, and a heart leaped into my throat. Hello? Russ? Hello? I uttered, my voice strained with excitement. The door swung open, and Nurse Sheila poked her head inside. Dr. Rivera, there's been an emergency. My heart raced even faster, torn between the urgent call on the phone and the unforeseen emergency in the hospital. I quickly glanced at the frame, a dilemma building within me. Russ, I need you to respond. Send a text if you can hear me. There's an emergency here. I hurriedly spoke into the phone, my mind racing with concern for both sides of the unexpected equation. The call dropped. I dialed again anxiously. This time, there was no connection. Dropping the phone, I hastily grabbed my coat and rushed out. Peter. The stained walls of the briefing room did little to numb the ache in my chest. Colonel Luth stood in the center of the room, his gaze sweeping over the assembled soldiers. Sergeants, he started, his voice a low rumble. We need someone to inform Dr. Rivera about Russ and the 4 other soldiers we lost. I tuned him out as my ears drowned in painful war cries. My hand instinctively reached for my name tag, the thin stainless steel cool against my sweating palm. I'll do that. It came out a squeak, betraying the hollowness I felt inside. The colonel's mouth thinned into a grim line. Russ did list you as next of kin, Peter. Are you up for it? Of course, I mumbled. The words were heavy on my tongue, as if they weren't mine to say. Am I up for it? Russ. Just the thought of him sent a fresh wave of nausea crashing over me. We'd been inseparable since basic training, partners on countless missions, sharing rations and whispered jokes in the dead of night. We'd promised each other we'd be there, no matter what. Now, I was the one who had to break that promise to the people who mattered most to him. Regret ate at my conscience, one piece at a time. He had tried to make me visit him several times when we weren't together, and I could have, but I didn't see the need. What was the rush when we had our whole lives planned? We were young and full of life. There was time for all of that. The missed calls and unanswered texts were all fueled by a stupid, misplaced sense of busyness. I could have attended the damn wedding too, or at least the stupid baby naming ceremony with the weird Viking theme. Now, here I was, the bearer of the worst kind of news, about to shatter the lives of a woman I'd only met in Russ's letters, and a child I'd never even seen. A rough hand gripped my shoulder. Luth cleared his throat, jolting me out of my self-loathing. There's a flight booked for this afternoon, Kentwood. You'll find the address and all the details in your email. I know the address, Colonel. Kentwood was a small town in the south, a place I only knew from the grainy picture Russ kept taped to his locker. The building was 2-story with a ramshackle porch swing, a woman with sunshine blonde hair laughing, and a chubby baby with wide, curious eyes. Matthew, Russ had called him, his voice thick with pride. The rest of the day passed in a blur. After packing and bidding gloomy goodbyes to my fellow soldiers, the weight of the news settled on me like a leaden cloak. On the plane, I stared out the window, the endless clouds mirroring my turmoil. How would I even begin to say it? The practiced words of condolence felt hollow, inadequate for the gaping hole Russ's absence would leave in their lives. The cab ride from the airport seemed to stretch on forever. Kentwood was a sleepy town where everyone seemed to know everyone else. The flight had taken 20 hours, and I drowned in sorrow with no one to console me. The address led me to a small town with the afternoon breeze slightly cold. A slice of guilt cut through me. This was supposed to be a happy place, filled with laughter and the joy of newlyweds, as their love had proven robust. The urge to barge across the street and hug Rosie tightly was a physical ache in my chest. I wanted to let her know she would survive this. She was a survivor, as Russ had often called her. But common sense, or maybe the hollowness where common sense should have been after the news, kept me rooted to the sideway across the street. She's a woman first. Hearing her husband died and wasn't ever coming back is bound to break her. It was Saturday, and I remembered Russ saying he had his wife quit weekend shifts. He'd practically insisted on it, a story he'd regaled me with over countless beers. How they'd met, with him all banged up from a mission, and her, the sunshine-haired doctor on call who'd stitched him back together, more than just flesh and bone. A flash of red rocketed down the street, a cherry convertible that screeched to a halt in Rosie's driveway. I ducked instinctively, my heart hammering a frantic beat against my ribs. The back door whooshed open, and a bubbling kid with infectious laughter tumbled. He hurried towards the other side of the car, flashing his gap tooth. Rosie emerged from the driver's side, her blonde hair braided in a halo of golden bun. She bent down to say something to her son, their faces stabbing my heart. When she scooped the kid into a hug, their laughter blended with pure, unadulterated joy. I clutched the tag in my left hand, waiting for the right time to make my move. Then, she began unloading the car with a practiced ease that spoke of countless grocery runs. Bags, boxes, even a bunch of bananas. She piled them into her arms in a precarious stack. She resorted to balancing one bag between her teeth with a grimace that sent a choked snort escaping my lips. I scrubbed a hand over my mouth, the sudden urge to laugh warring with the lump in my throat. Charming was what she was at the moment. This is how she charmed him, I whispered to the indifferent pigeons pecking at the rooftop gravel beside me. The two disappeared into the house. I could practically hear Russ's voice in my head, that goofy grin splitting his face as he recounted how Rosie won his heart over. She had been his. She had somehow snagged the most meticulous, rule-abiding comrade I knew. I stood rooted to the spot, lost in thought. How do I deliver this sad news? The humid Louisiana air carried the scent of freshly cut grass and honeysuckle. Rosie emerged from her house with a tote bag slung over one shoulder. What's she doing? I asked myself as she hurried to the car. She began parking more items from the boot into the bag. Then she dropped it on the porch and returned to get something from the vehicle. The door opened, and Matthew's small head poked out. Rosie's lips curved into a smile. "Hold on there, Matthew," she called out, her voice warm and laced with amusement. She hustled towards the car, the tote bag forgotten on the porch swing. Matthew clambered out of the house, refusing to stay indoors. "Mom," he called, burying his face in her denim skirt. Rosie tousled his hair, her laughter ringing like wind chimes, a sound that soothed and tore at my insides. This was what Russ had left behind, a legacy of love and laughter, a sweet reminder of the life they'd built together, a life cut tragically short, leaving a gaping hole that no amount of sympathy or awkward condolences could ever fill. The forgotten grocery bag on the porch swing snagged my attention. It hung precariously, the weight threatening to topple it over. Without thinking, I crossed the street, the heat of the asphalt burning through my shoes. Oblivious to my approach, Rosie was now engaged in a playful tussle with Matthew on the driveway. He squealed with delight as she tickled his belly, a picture of pure bliss. I hesitated by the bag, torn between the need to help and the fear of intruding on this private moment. Finally, the image of the spilled groceries, milk pooling on the hot pavement, eggs splattering like unwanted memories, spurred me into action. "Excuse me," I said, grabbing the bag. Rosie's head snapped up, her smile vanishing like a flame extinguished. Her eyes, the same shade of blue as the summer sky, narrowed, taking me in from head to toe. "Yes?" she asked, her voice clipped and devoid of warmth. I gestured towards the bag. "Looks like you might need some help with these." She didn't respond, stared at me with an intensity that made me squirm under her gaze. The silence stretched thick and uncomfortable. Suddenly, the gravity of the situation hit me. Here I was, a stranger on her doorstep. What had I been thinking? I stammered, searching for the right words. I'm Peter, a friend of... It sounded lame even to my ears. How do I call myself Russ's friend without giving myself away? The blue eyes glinted with something akin to anger. A friend? She repeated, each word laced with ice. Well, thanks, friend, but I got this. Her demeanor had instantly gone from nice and motherly to unfriendly. I raised my hands and nodded. I'll be off then. Unable to state what had brought me here, I took my leave. Perhaps today wasn't the day for bad news. I left the vicinity to return home. Someone else would be waiting for me there. The next day, I was on my way home. The highway stretched out in a relentless coat of tar and dust. Russ's final wish kept replaying in my head. A very present reminder of the burden I now carried. Should I honor the one thing he'd begged me to do, or respect the raw bliss etched on Rosie's face? The answer was elusive, as the vanishing horizon remained frustratingly out of reach. Of course, I would have to tell her at some point about her late husband. But how? Hours melted into twilight as the commute conveyed me home. There wasn't enough room for my legs. The muscle ache was a dull counterpoint to the emotional storm raging inside. Finally, I arrived home. Paying the driver and giving him some tips, I got out of the vehicle. As I gazed at my childhood home, my bag dangled from my hand in the front yard. The porch light bathed everything in a welcoming glow, inviting me inside like a lighthouse guiding a tired ship. The aging structure, once hailed as a grand manor, now stood tall, its weathered facade bearing the weight of time. The ivy-clad walls told stories of bygone eras. Stately windows peered out, witnesses to the passage of countless seasons. Mom appeared in the doorway the moment I stepped out of the car. Her face creased with worry that deepened at the sight of me. Her gray hair seemed to have multiplied in thousands. "Peter! Thank goodness you're all right!" She rushed towards me, her arms enveloping me in a crushing hug. The familiar scent of lavender and homemade cookies flooded my senses. A welcome scent compared to the dusty environment I'd lived in for years. For a moment, I surrendered to the warmth of her embrace, allowing the dam holding back my emotions to crack just a bit. A sob escaped her lips that broke me, and I instantly manned up. I was the comrade here. "I'm here now, Mother." Mom held me tighter, murmuring soothing words that reached a part of me I hadn't known needed comforting. When I finally pulled away, wiping at her eyes with the back of my hand, her gaze softened with concern. "What is it, honey? Talk to me." I hesitated, the weight of Russ's secret pressing down on me. But could I burden her with it on top of everything else? Seeing the worry etched on her face, I knew I couldn't keep it bottled up any longer. "I lost a brother." Mom's face crumpled, and a fresh wave of tears welled up in her eyes. "I know how sad that can be. I'm so sorry, son." "And I have to tell his family." She patted my shoulder gently. "Come, I've got some scones in the fridge with fruit juice you love so much." I dropped my bag and followed her in. The warm welcome of home and the deep-scented candles Mom always lit in the night filled the space. Everything was as I remembered. The old furniture, wall hangings, and pictures. I grunted. "And there's Nora. How could she do this to us? To you? After all these years, she dares to crawl into some political family? The betrayal." I held up a hand, silencing her rising anger. "Mom, please, let it go. I never cared a bit about the arrangement in the first place. It's better this way." "You jinxed it. All I wanted was a grandchild. One, Peter," Mom scoffed. I understood her anger. Nora's betrayal had ripped a gash through our family, a wound that would take time to heal fully. My mom had given everything to make things work, but this was for the best. "I know, Mom," I said gently. "Look, I just need some time to think." Exhaustion, both physical and emotional, finally slammed into me. We settled on the kitchen bench, and Mom brought out the snack. The seat overlooked the living room, and from the open window, we could see the front yard. We always sat here to eat while she cooked. Sometimes we just sat and talked, like we do now. As we spoke, my gaze fell on the faint outline of a stack of newspapers peeking out from a corner of the living room. Curious, I stumbled out of my seat and went over. Neatly stacked local papers were piled on the shelf, each dated within the past few months. "Mom," I called out, holding up the paper. "What is it, honey?" "The newspapers. Who's been getting these?" There was a pause and then, "Oh, the mailman just leaves them every morning. I haven't had a chance to cancel them yet." Suddenly, a plan began to take shape. Maybe there was another way to honor Russ's wish without reopening old wounds or causing Rosie further pain. I could take a subtle approach for now. A small smile played on my lips as I reached for the nearest envelope, a flicker of hope igniting in the darkness. After a healthy breakfast of Mom's fluffy pancakes and endless cups of coffee the following day, I hugged her goodbye. "I'll be back in a few weeks," I promised. "I have to go tell his family what happened." "Be careful, honey," she said, her eyes filled with love and worry. "And call more often, okay?" "I will," I promised, stepping out into the cool morning air. This time, when I got behind the wheel of my old Bentley, the highway didn't seem so daunting. Rosie. The mailbox gleamed metallic blue in the late afternoon sun. The door was slightly opened, and it caught my attention. Checking the mail wasn't something I did religiously. It was an anomaly in my routine. But today, a strange impulse had me strolling to the curb. Maybe it was the quietness of the house. Matthew was napping, his tiny breaths swallowed up by the whirling ceiling fan. Or perhaps it was the encounter with the odd man yesterday. He had said his name was Peter. The name felt oddly familiar, but it didn't matter how hard I thought about it. I couldn't figure out where I'd met him in Kentwood. He was probably one of my patients, someone I treated once or thereabout. Whatever it was, I stepped out, drawn to the mailbox like a moth to a flame. I opened the box and found a bulky white envelope resting amongst flyers and bills. The handwriting was neat, but I did not recognize one of them. My brow furrowed as I pulled it out. The unstamped paper was strangely unsettling. I kept staring at it as I ventured inside the apartment. With a shrug, I tossed it on the kitchen counter beside the overflowing fruit bowl. It would join the rest of the neglected mail, a growing mountain that mocked my busy schedule. I quickly got caught up in other things at home. I cleaned the floor and prepared a simple lunch for Matthew. As I enjoyed some chicken salad with fresh vegetables, my son entered the living room, rubbing his eyes. "Hey, Dino. Mommy made chicken salad. Want some?" He nodded sleepily and sank into the couch. Ruffling his hair, I stood up to fetch a plate for him, then carried the tray to the dining table. "Come over here," I called out to him. He dragged himself off the couch and shuffled over to the dining table. With a gentle smile, I placed the plate in front of him. "Enjoy your meal, sweetheart," I said, sitting across from him. The meal's warmth filled the room as we sat at the table. Still a bit tired, Matthew took a few bites and gradually perked up. We chatted about his day, sharing stories and laughter. After finishing our meal, we tackled his homework, working through math problems and spelling words. Once his assignments were completed, I helped him pack his bag for school, making sure everything was in order. With his bag ready and homework done, we both felt prepared for the week ahead. Later that evening, as the last vestiges of daylight surrendered to the darkness of night, the envelope snagged my attention. It had to have been dropped in the mailbox, so I should be curious about it. The house creaked and groaned with the settling of the old structure. The sounds, usually comforting, now felt amplified in the stillness. I had nothing to do. My son was asleep, so I figured, why not? Picking up the envelope, I examined it. The stamp was there, so no one dropped it. Someone mailed it. With a shrug, I tore it open. 2 sheets of paper, lined and yellowed with age, slipped out. I picked them up, opening one while the other was on the table. At the top, a date was scrawled in familiar handwriting. Russ's bold script was loopy and full of character. My heart pumped rapidly in my chest, a bittersweet pang tightening my throat. Russ? The letter I received was unlike any he had ever sent me. I paused before reading it, examining the envelope once more. The handwriting was neater, with double spacing between the letters. It wasn't his writing. Rosie, the letter began, the familiar term sending a jolt through me. It's late. You're probably fast asleep, but I just had to write. I sank into the chair at the kitchen table, the paper crinkling in my hands. Each word and sentence transported me back to a simpler time. Late night talks after long shifts, moments on the porch swing under the star-dusted sky, and the nervous excitement of planning our wedding. The letter spoke of his deployment, the fear gnawing at him even as he tried to mask it with jokes and lighthearted banter. He wrote of missing me, of the ache in his chest that even the vast expanse of the ocean couldn't drown. He wrote of his dreams, of a future filled with laughter and children, a future he desperately wanted to share with me, a future we were now building, albeit in a way neither of us could have anticipated. It's the first letter he wrote after getting there. Why was I getting it? Does it mean he would be staying there long? I shook my head, reminding myself to read first and analyze later. My dearest Rosie, how's our little man doing? The memory of him sleeping peacefully is all I have in my head. Sometimes I wish I could see your faces and hold you again. The silence here is deafening, broken only by the endless roar of the ocean. It's strange to miss someone with every fiber of your being, yet be surrounded by so much vast emptiness. Tears blurred my vision as I read his heartfelt words gripping my heart. He had loved me fiercely, a love so strong even now, across the chasm of his absence. I think about you constantly, your laugh echoing in my ears, your smile warming me like the Louisiana sunshine even from miles away. The thought of holding you again, of taking you and Matthew on trips, it's what keeps me going through the long days and restless nights. This deployment is more complicated than I ever imagined. Fear and uncertainty hang over us like storm clouds. But knowing I have you and Matthew waiting for me pushes me forward. You keep me going, Rosie, the reason I fight to see another sunrise. There's so much I want to tell you and share about this place, the people I've met, and the dreams I have for our future. But for now, this letter will have to do. It's a small piece of me, a reminder that my love for you transcends any distance, any danger. Hold on tight to Matthew, sweetheart. Tell him his daddy loves him more than words can express. You know I love you, Rose. With all my love, Russ. I dropped the letter on the counter, too emotional to open the other one. Matthew's small hand patted the kitchen table, a rhythmic drumming that seemed at odds with the quiet Sunday morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting playful patterns on the cereal box balanced precariously in his chubby grip. More milk, Mom? He mumbled, his voice thick with sleep and leftover cereal clinging to his chin. Coming right up, Dino, I replied, scooping another healthy dose of milk into his bowl. My gaze drifted towards the letter on the counter. Since I read the second one earlier today, a plan has begun to take shape in my mind. These letters couldn't be mine alone. They belonged to Matthew as well. Taking a deep breath, I pulled out the top letter, the familiar yellowed paper soft against my fingertips. All right, I said, a playful smile tugging at the corners of my lips. Daddy sent us a love letter, champ. Let's see what our special mailman brought us today. Matthew's large eyes widened in curiosity. Did you say it's from Dad? He asked, his voice a sweet chirp. It's from Daddy, I repeated, fighting the emotions off my voice. He mailed this to us. No letters. I want Daddy here, cried my little boy. You voiced my thoughts, little one. I sighed and leaned back. If I was given a choice between these letters and having my husband, I'd gladly dunk the letters. But this was what we got right now. We would have to make do with it. I dangled the letter before my son, teasing him. Matthew's bottom lip quivered for a fleeting moment, and then his curiosity won over his sadness. He scooted closer, his bright eyes simmering the excitement beneath the surface. Clearing my throat, I began to read Russ's words to him. I described the faraway place he was stationed at, the dryness of the land, and the heat that clung to you like a second skin. I explained the boredom of long days punctuated by moments of intense training and the bonds that formed a lifeline amidst the uncertainty. Matthew listened intently, his spoon abandoned midair, a half-eaten Cheerio precariously balanced on it. Russ's words, translated into a language a 4-year-old could understand, painted a vivid picture of a world far removed from our sleepy Louisiana town. Daddy didn't have a pet dinosaur, Mom. I do. Why don't we get him an alligator pet? Matthew asked, his brow furrowed in concentration. Russ had described their encounter with a massive reptile sunning itself on the river's muddy bank in the letter, and my son's solution was to make a pet of it. I chuckled, brushing a stray curl from his forehead. No, honey, alligators are wild animals. They wouldn't make good pets. But who fed him? He persisted. There were probably people whose job it was to make sure the alligators were safe, I explained, weaving a narrative that included rangers and park guards who looked after wild animals. Sometimes they live in their natural home and feed themselves. Can we continue reading? He nodded, and I read the last paragraph. The letter ended with Russ expressing his immense love for our little son, a love he longed to shower on him when he returned home. I closed the page, a lump forming in my throat. Daddy loves me, Mom, Matthew cried, innocently, flinging himself into my arms. Tears dropped down my cheek. Yes, Daddy loves you, more than words can say, Dino, I replied, pulling him in tighter. His chubby body fit perfectly against mine, a miniature version of Russ, a living reminder of the little human we had created. Peter. Finding a decent hotel in Kentwood shouldn't have been a logistical nightmare. Yet, here I was, standing at the counter of the only establishment vaguely resembling a hotel, battling a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. The receptionist, a woman with a name tag that read Betty in loopy handwriting, peered at me from behind thick glasses. Looking for a room, handsome? She drawled, her voice thick with a Louisiana accent. Yeah, I said, trying to inject a note of cheer into my voice. Something clean, preferably with a working shower, would be great. Betty pursed her lips, tapping away at her dusty computer keyboard. Like most surfaces around here, it could use a clean. My gaze fell on the hardcover note on her desk. It took clenching my fist not to run a finger through it. Let's see here. We've got a single on the 3rd floor, next to the ice machine. Always lively there. The ice machines. The sound of clanging metal and spilled water wasn't exactly the peaceful space I craved. Manageable, I replied. What's the bill? I'd have to check other places, but I need a cold shower for now. Just then, the bells above the door jingled, announcing the arrival of new customers. A couple walked in hand, the woman swayed in her body-hugging dress, her golden hair styled into a perfect sculpted bob. That snatched my attention. Recognition slammed into me like a freight train. Nora, my ex-fiancé. She was stunning in a classic way with all the designers and heavy makeup. But there was a coldness in her brown eyes, a tightness around her perfectly painted lips that spoke of a life devoid of genuine warmth. She leaned into the man beside her, a wealthy businessman by the looks of his tailored suit and gold Rolex. Nora whispered something in his ear, a coy smile on her lips. Wow, Damien visits here? Isn't he gorgeous? Betty purred beside me. Not that he holds any candle to you, but that man is rich and a catch. Is she freaking rich? I see why Nora switched parties then. I needed to get out of there, to escape this suffocating scene and the unwanted reminder of what ifs and could have been. I turned away from the couple, deciding the best course of action would be to ignore them. Can I get the keys? I asked the receptionist, who was still gawking over the wealthy man. I doubted she even saw how her fantasy was with his bride. Or maybe she didn't mind. Women, I would never understand them. Peter? Nora's voice, laced with a hint of surprise, shattered my internal turmoil. She fixed me with a stare that seemed to see right through me, the years melting away to reveal the same calculating woman I remembered. Well, that happened. "Nora," I greeted, spinning around. "Amazing," she said, her voice dripping with something that wasn't quite friendliness. "Isn't this a surprise? Small town, huh? You're back, and in Kenwood." "What were you expecting? That I wouldn't return?" A shadow fell between us. I stepped away from the businessman. The man scowled. "Who's this, Nora?" he demanded, clipped and possessive. Nora's smile faltered for a brief moment, but recovered seamlessly. "Oh, darling," she cooed, gripping his arm. "This is just an old friend." "Ex-fiancé," I blurted out. "She ditched me for you. Careful there. She might leave you for your best friend tomorrow." "Hey, watch it, bitter man. That's my wife," Damien grunted. I could mess up his face with a snap of my finger, but I left things as they were. I darted to Betty, who watched the exchange with curiosity and disapproval. "Hey, Peter, I thought that was you," Rosie said, walking towards us with her bright smile. No woman had ever looked so beautiful with no makeup. The sight of Rosie sent a jolt through me, momentarily breaking the awkward spell holding me hostage. Her cheeks were flushed from the afternoon heat, a sheen of sweat clinging to her forehead. But it wasn't what took my breath away. The warmth radiated from her smile, a beacon cutting through the dense fog of tension that had settled in the lobby. "Hey, Rosie," I stammered, the formality feeling cumbersome in the face of her easygoing demeanor. "Didn't expect to see you here." "I'm just getting some supplies," Rosie explained, gesturing towards a brown paper bag she held. "Matthew decided he absolutely needed a lollipop before nap time." A chuckle escaped my lips. "Looks like he's got you wrapped around his little fingers." Rosie laughed, a melodic sound that filled the lobby. "You could say that." Then a touch of hesitation flickered in her eyes. "Are you staying here?" I cleared my throat, unsure of how much to reveal, but her kind eyes, devoid of judgment, held a silent invitation. "For a few days," I admitted, trying to figure some things out. The air crackled with unspoken words. Did she suspect something? The accusatory glint I'd expected from her earlier encounter was replaced with a curious softness. As I was about to elaborate, a voice sliced through the moment. Rosie turned to the couple then. "Oh, hi, Nora." "Hello, Dr. Rivera," Nora scoffed, then turned to her man. "We better get going, honey," she said sweetly. Rosie's smile faltered slightly, a fleeting flicker of something unreadable crossing her face. "Nice to meet you again," she said politely, her voice more relaxed. Nora gave her a cursory nod. "Likewise," she muttered, her gaze lingering on me for a beat too long. "Well, we should get going. Damien has a meeting to catch." She gave Rosie a curt nod, the strained politeness between the two women evident. Then, with the man in tow, they swept out of the lobby, leaving a trail of awkward silence in their wake. "Wow," Betty breathed, a brow furrowed in a frown. "That man doesn't smile much, does he? He's still very much handsome to me." Rosie smiled and turned to me with raised brows. I walked her outside. "How much of that did you see?" "Enough to see you needed help," she grinned. "Friend?" I huffed. "Thank you." "Well, stay out of Damien's way. He doesn't take kindly to being challenged." I watched her walk away, her hips swaying as she did. She must have received the first batch of the letters. I wanted to ask how she felt about them. Should I introduce myself now? Shaking my head, I decided it would be best if she heard everything from her husband first. She must know how much he loved her and how the thought of seeing them again kept him going. I will send the next batch of letters. Then I will introduce myself afterward. Hopefully, those letters will hold her down during the coming storm. The motel room felt like a tomb. The air hung heavy with the stale scent of overused air freshener and a vague mustiness that no air spray could mask. I slumped into the bedspread, holding the brown paper envelope. Russ's letters lay inside, heavy and painful to behold. With a sigh that rattled in the confined space, I grabbed a letter opener from the plastic cup holding the usual motel room detritus and slit the envelope open. The letters spilled out like scattered memories, each a snapshot of a life prematurely cut short. My gaze snagged on the one addressed to Rosie. Her name, scrawled in Russ's familiar hand, seemed to leap off the page, the black ink bleeding defiance against the stark white. I reread the inscription several times, the words blurring at the edges as a wave of emotion washed over me. An image of Rosie surfaced in my mind, vivid as if from yesterday. Her blonde hair catching the sunlight, and her eyes crinkled at the corners when she warned me to stay away from Damien. I better get going. As I stepped out of the motel room, the hot Louisiana sun beat down on me, casting harsh shadows across the cracked pavement. Betty called out a greeting, her voice tinged with southern charm, but I barely acknowledged her, my mind preoccupied with the task. Making my way down the dusty street, the familiar sounds of cicadas filled the air, their incessant buzzing calling one's attention to the oppressive heat. I glanced around, the small town of Kentwood appearing deserted in the midday sun. Arriving at the post office, I hesitated before the entrance, the weight of the letters pressing heavily against my palm and chest. With a sigh, I entered the envelope, withdrawing the last letter addressed to Rosie. Something held me back, a nagging feeling that now wasn't the right time to send it. I would need it when I finally introduced myself. I posted the other letters, turned on my heel, and returned to my car. Moments later, I drove through unfamiliar roads to see an old buddy. Over a decade has passed since my last visit, and a few changes caught my eye. New houses had emerged, the roads had improved, and the overall appearance of the place had noticeably enhanced. Hot air rushed at me the second I stepped out of the air-conditioned purgatory of the rental car. Kentwood wasn't a big town, but the heat here could rival the depths of hell. I swiped at the sweat beading on my forehead, shoving the damp hair clinging to my neck under my baseball cap. Luca's diner, Locke's stand, stood out with its cozy and old-fashioned charm on the dusty street. I strode towards the building. The bell above the door jingled a cheerful welcome as I pushed through. The air inside was thick with the aroma of frying bacon and burnt coffee, a familiar assault on the senses that brought a pang of nostalgia. Luca stood with a face creased by a lifetime under the unforgiving southern sun behind the counter, flipping burgers with practiced ease. A wide smile broke out across his face when he saw me. "Peter, you old son of a gun, what brings you to Kentwood?" He came around the corner, his massive arms engulfing me in a bear hug. The scent of coffee and something vaguely earthy clung to him, a signature Luca aroma. "I'm just passing through, Luca," I mumbled, returning the hug with a forced cheer. "I thought I'd stop by and see you." Luca's smile faltered briefly, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He ushered me towards a booth in the corner, its worn red vinyl cools against the back of my thighs. "You aren't just passing through, are you, Pete? Something's wrong." The air hung heavy between us as I settled into the booth. Luca had been a soldier, a damn good one by all accounts. He understood the weight of loss, the hollowness it carved in your chest. But Russ had been different. "Russ," I started, swallowing hard. "He's gone, Luca." The smile vanished utterly, replaced by a mask of shock. Luca stared at me, the spatula he'd been holding clattering to the greasy grill with a dull thud. "Gone? How? What the hell happened?" His voice was rough, edged with a raw emotion that mirrored the turmoil churning in my gut. "Mission went south," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "He didn't make it." By the heavens, I would hunt down those fools. But first, I had to honor his memory and do right by his family. Luca's face crumpled. He ran a hand over his face, scrubbing at the beginnings of tears. "Rosie, that poor woman," he choked out. "She always worried about him. Bless her heart." I nodded, the image of Rosie flashing in my mind. "What about their boy? What's his name? Matt?" "Matthew," I repeated, sounding like I had a bitter pill on my tongue. "He'll be all right. They both will. I'll make sure of it. I'll contact the unit once I sort things here, but I'm sure the colonel is already on it." Luca gave a curt nod, his gaze fixed on a point beyond the grimy window. The silence stretched, thick and heavy with unspoken grief. "He was a good man, Russ." Luca finally said, his voice thick with emotion. Always had your back, that one. He looked at me then, his eyes filled with a question I couldn't answer. A question about how a good man like Russ could be gone, about the cruel randomness of everything. I didn't have the answers either. All I had was this gnawing ache in my chest and the responsibility of picking up the pieces for Rosie and Matthew. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur. We talked, or instead Luca talked, reminiscing about Russ, their time in the service, and the trouble they'd gotten into as young men. I listened, adding a word here and there, the stories a balm to the raw wound of grief. The cloud began to darken, and the evening sun cast long shadows across the dusty street. I knew it was time to leave. Luca walked me to the car, his hand heavy on my shoulder. You take care of yourself, Pete, he said, his voice gruff. And you take care of Rosie and that boy. Russ would have wanted that. I nodded, my throat clogged with emotion. I will, Luca. I promise. And whenever you are ready for the hit back, just say the word. Thank you, comrade. We stood for a moment longer, the weight of our losses hanging between us. Then, with a final squeeze of my shoulder, Luca returned to the diner. I slid behind the wheel, the engine roaring to life. As I pulled onto the highway, the air shimmered with the relentless heat. The only break was the occasional gust that stirred the tall stalks and carried the sweet, cloying scent of molasses. Rosie's face flashed in my mind again. I remember how happy she had been with her son outside her front yard that day. The image was quickly followed by a fleeting glimpse of their young boy, Matthew, Rosie's son, Russ's legacy. My stomach twisted with a mixture of dread, anger, and irritation. Dealing with Rosie's grief was one thing, but a child? I had no experience with kids, especially those grappling with the loss of a father. My phone buzzed in the passenger seat. Glancing down, I saw it was Nora. A wave of annoyance washed over me. What did she want now? Ignoring the call, I turned up the radio, the upbeat country music jabbing at the ache within me. The miles ticked by, each bringing me closer to Kentwood and the difficult task ahead. Rosie. The cold coffee did little to soothe the headache brewing behind my eyes. Kentwood wasn't exactly a bustling metropolis, but a steady stream of sniffles, coughs, and the occasional bout of wheezing kept my mornings lively. The day was slow today. I'd barely attended to anyone, and I felt pretty restless. Work was how I stopped myself from overthrowing. When I didn't have that, my thoughts grew overboard. I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose, and downed the lukewarm coffee. Just as I was about to refill my cup, the door to my tiny break room swung open with a force that rattled the windows. Laura barreled in, her face flushed and eyes wide with a manic energy that sent shivers down my spine. Laura was one for theatrics, yet this sudden burst of drama had me fearing the worst. "Rosie, you've got to help me!" she exclaimed, nearly tripping over the wastebasket in her haste. "Whoa, whoa," I said, pushing my chair back and standing. "Slow down. What's going on?" Ignoring my question, she scanned the room, her gaze darting around like a cornered animal. Satisfied we were alone, she lurched towards me, her voice dropping to a frantic whisper. "It's an emergency. A big, fat, life-altering emergency." My initial worry spread into a wry smile. Laura lived for drama, even the most mundane. A chipped nail polish could send her into a tailspin, so I braced myself for the latest crisis. "All right, just spill it already," I said, ushering her towards a corner where a threadbare armchair sat tucked away from the prying eyes of any curious patients. Laura sank into the chair, her luster eyes clouded with fear and confusion. She took a deep, shaky breath, then blurted, "I missed my period." My smile faltered slightly. "You've got to be kidding me." "Laura, tell me this isn't a life-altering emergency," I said gently, sitting opposite her. "You know that can happen sometimes. Stress, change in routine." She cut me off, her voice rising a notch higher. "No, Rosie, you don't understand. It's been weeks. And the thing is," she trailed off, chewing on her lower lip, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "The thing is what?" I prodded, my concern growing by the second. She hesitated, then blurted, I don't know who the father is. I chuckled. It's not April 1st, is it? My friend stared with a severe frown on her face. The air crackled with a sudden tension. My mind did a mental backflip, replaying our recent conversations, searching for any clue that might have hinted at this bombshell. Laura was as reliable as the sunrise, the picture of commitment in her 3-year relationship with David. They'd even started saying marriage a few months back. What do you mean you don't know who the father is? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Her pale face reddened, a raw vulnerability I'd never seen in her before. Taking a deep breath, she launched into a hesitant explanation. It turned out Laura, even the social butterfly, had gotten swept up in a work retreat last month. What was supposed to be a team-building exercise had devolved into a tequila-fueled party by nightfall. The details after that were hazy, a tangled mess of throbbing music, flashing lights, and questionable decisions. I woke up the next morning in a stranger's bed, she confessed, her voice barely audible. I don't even remember his name. A cold dread settled in my stomach. Laura was the type of lady who wouldn't even consider a second date without a thorough background check. Yet she had gotten blackout drunk and ended up in a one-night stand. The situation's weight and potential consequences hung heavy in the air. Oh, Laura, I breathed, squeezing her hand. Her skin felt clammy and cold. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. I messed up, Rosie. Big time. A million questions swirled in my head, a million pieces of advice I longed to give. But seeing the raw fear on her face, I knew the first step wasn't judgment. She needed my support more than anything. We'll figure this out, I said firmly, my voice more robust than I felt. Together. The next few hours were a blur of frantic Googling and hushed whispers. We explored all the options and the possible paths forward. I took her to the drugstore and the hospital and grabbed a home pregnancy test. Laura talked my ear off about it, but I wouldn't listen. We sat stunned as the 2 pink lines materialized on the plastic strip, confirming her recklessness that night. Laura panicked and had a hard time breathing, but I held her hand, grounding her in the present. We strategized and then weighed the pros and cons of telling David. Honesty was always my go-to, but in this case, the potential fallout felt like an earthquake waiting to happen. Laura loved David and wanted a future with him. Would this one error erase all that? Could their relationship survive such a colossal betrayal? He might leave me, Rosie, Laura choked out, her voice thick with emotion. Everything we've built, gone in a flash. We don't know that, I countered, despite the doubt gnawing at my insides. David loves you, Laura. He might be angry, hurt, and rightfully so, but he needs to know. How do I explain this? What would I say to him? He would think I did this. The sentence trailed off, hanging heavy in the air. Neither of us dared voice the alternative. The mere thought of David walking away from Laura, their dreams shattered, was too painful to contemplate. Hours melted away in a whirlwind of worry and indecision. Finally, with the remnants of the afternoon sunlight painting long shadows across the clinic floor, Laura agreed to the tentative decision. I'll tell him, she declared, her voice shaky but resolute. He deserves the truth, even if it breaks us. There was a flicker of defiance in her eyes, a newfound strength born out of an impossible situation. I admired her courage, even if a part of me feared the consequences. We decided secrecy wasn't an option. This child, if Laura chose to carry it to term, would be a constant reminder, a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. Openness and honesty, however painful, were the only way forward. But how she'd approach the conversation, when, where, were questions she'd have to wrestle with alone. I'll spend the night at his place and find a way to tell him, she said, covering her face with her palm. God, what have I done? I patted her back. It's happened. Don't think about that right now. Let's focus on getting out of this. You sure you don't want me there when you tell Dave? She shook her head and leaned back in her seat. I'll be fine. I have to. The door opened, and Dr. Ray walked into the office. Hey, ladies, he greeted.
Hi, I greeted, while my friend barely looked at my colleague. I have to go now if that's okay. Sure, I'm here. So, have at it, said Dr. Ray, nodding at Laura. Everything okay? Yeah, I grabbed Laura's bag. Come on, we need to get you home. First, let's head to yours. I'm famished, she said, getting off the couch. We have to pick up Matthew, I said over my shoulder before exiting the room. The afternoon sun beat down on the convertible as I steered us towards Matthew's elementary school. Laura tapped her foot rhythmically against the floorboard. I could only nod and drive us safely away. She barely noticed when I parked the car and honked for my son. Only then did she jerk when Matthew slammed the door shut after getting in. Oblivious to the tension, Matthew bounced in his seat, a broad grin on his face. Hi, Mom. Hey, Godmom. Guess what, Laura? He chirped, his voice brimming with excitement. My dad sent us a whole bunch of letters. Laura's breath hitched slightly, her eyes flitting to me. I hadn't mentioned that since we haven't seen each other. Yes, I replied to her silent query. That's fantastic, buddy, she said, sniffing as she smiled. Something was beginning to bother me. The whole situation with Russ felt like a bizarre case of déjà vu. I recalled the broken picture frame in my office when his call came through the other day. It was as if the universe was conspiring in some grand cosmic plan and/or trying to send a message. There was also that strange writing on the envelope, which wasn't my husband's. He wrote about his travels a lot, Matthew continued, his voice filled with a child's innocent pride. He writes all these cool stories about alligators and dinosaurs. Laura managed a weak smile. That sounds amazing, Matthew. When can we read them? Tonight, after dinner. He bounced in his seat again, his excitement infectious. Even Laura seemed to relax a fraction, a tiny spark of light returning to her eyes. Laura reached out as I pulled into the front yard and squeezed my hand. I'm happy you got word from him. Rubbing the hand, I smiled. Did I tell you about the weird déjà vu I had before Russ called? I asked. She shook my head. No, tell me. I need the distraction. I recounted the incident with the picture frame and its uncanny timing. Laura's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, seriously? She exclaimed. That's exactly what happened. I was getting water and knocked over a picture frame. A shiver ran down my spine. It was so bizarre to ignore. Was it just a random quirk of the universe or something more? Suddenly, Matthew piped up from the back seat. Hey, look, there's mail in the mailbox. We both turned to look. A fresh stack of envelopes bulged from the mailbox across the street. My stomach lurched. Did he send another already? Leaping out of the car, I strode towards it, Laura close behind. Sure enough, the same handwriting on the top envelope was the same one that had appeared on the letters. And the letters were indeed my husband's. Russ sent more? I breathed, holding up the stack. Laura stared at the envelopes. I could tell she was lost in her world. Sighing, I kept my observation to myself. I couldn't bother her with that just yet. We walked back to the apartment in silence. Matthew's earlier chatter had vanished, replaced by a heightened excitement as he was eager to read from his father again. I was beginning to think this wasn't such a blessing. Something was wrong, and I should check in at the base for news about my husband. Coming? Laura asked with brows raised. I was standing at the doorway, lost in thoughts. Plastering with a smile, I hurried inside. Yes, sure. Peter. Sweat trickled down my temples as I watched the 2-story brick building across the road. From where I sat, the air hung heavy with the scent of lilies and stale sweat. I shifted uncomfortably on the worn wooden chair, the worn surface digging into my sore thighs. My gaze darted from the heavy oak door to the 3 figures as they huddled in with the manila envelope. I clutched the last envelope in my hand, a physical manifestation of the secret churning in my gut. It was supposed to be a formality, a way to soften the blow. But the longer I sat there, the flimsier that pretense felt. Rosie deserved the truth, raw and unfiltered, not whatever carefully worded message this damned envelope contained. But it's Russ's. The letters are hers anyway. She needed to see them as well. With a sigh that ruffled the starched white collar of my borrowed dress shirt, I pushed myself out of the chair. The floorboards creaked under my weight. The door swung shut behind them, leaving me a prisoner of my self-imposed exile. Every instinct urged me to cross the street, offering whatever comfort I could muster. But my feet remained rooted to the sidewalk, a coward held captive by the lie festering inside me. Time stretched into a suffocating silence, punctuated only by the distant rumble of an approaching car. Then the door opened again. Rosie emerged, her face etched with a raw vulnerability that tore at my insides. Her guest followed, placing a comforting hand on Rosie's shoulder. They walked to the curb, their hushed conversation inaudible from where I stood. A yellow cab pulled up, its arrival a cruel punctuation to the scene unfolding before me. Rosie embraced the lady tightly and bid her farewell. With a final glance in my direction, she climbed into the cab, pulling the door shut behind her. The taxi lurched forward, leaving Rosie alone on the sidewalk. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat urging me to action. But before I could take a step, my phone buzzed in my pocket. It was Mom. Guilt coiled around my throat, a serpent tightening its grip. I had promised to be back soon. With a final agonizing look at Rosie's solitary figure, I turned and walked away. The weight of the unsaid truth pressed down on me, heavier than the Louisiana heat. She has to know the truth. Dusk came with the scent of honeysuckle, casting long, unsettling shadows across the uneven lawn of Rosie's house. Fireflies blinked in the gathering darkness like errant sparks from a distant bonfire. My heart hammered a frantic tattoo against my ribs. In my hand, I clutched my brother's worn tag and his last letter. I have to do this. I rapped my knuckles against the weathered wood of the door. A muffled cry of, "Coming!" drifted through, followed by the shuffle of approaching footsteps. The door creaked open, and Rosie stepped back. Time had etched new lines around her eyes, the worry lines from before, now canyons etched by grief. Her hair was pulled back in a loose bun, escaping tendrils framing her kind eyes. "Friend?" she said, a flicker of recognition replacing the initial surprise. A hesitant smile tugged at the corner of her lips. "It's good to see you again, though unexpected." The sight of that smile, fragile and hopeful, tightened the knot in my stomach. "It's not exactly a social call, Rosie," I replied. "Can I come in?" Her smile waned, replaced by a flicker of concern. "I don't recall where we met. Is everything all right?" she asked, her eyes searching mine. For a long moment, I struggled to find the words. How could I break this news, shatter the fragile hope in her eyes? Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself. "Rosie," I began, my voice thick with emotions I wanted kept at bay. I came here to inform you about Russ." The color drained from her face, her smile vanishing completely. Her sparkling eyes, with a youthful warmth, grew wide and glassy. A tremor ran through her trail frame, and I instinctively reached out, my hand hovering awkwardly in the space between us. She didn't move towards me. "No," she whispered, the single word a fragile plea hanging in the still air. It wasn't a cry, but a desperate denial, a plea for the truth not to be what she already feared. I clutched the letter tight in my other hand, feeling it like a searing brand against my palm. I knew what I had to do, the weight of responsibility pressing down on me. But I could not even reach for the words when she broke. Tears welled in her eyes, spilling in silent waterfalls down her cheeks. Her body trembled, a barely audible sob escaping her lips. The dam had broken, and the grief she'd held at bay for so long came crashing down around her. At that moment, words seemed utterly inadequate. But I knew I couldn't leave her hanging. With a gentleness born of shared loss, I placed the tag on the porch railing beside her. "This is Russ's," I said in a whisper. Then, with a heavy heart, I held out the letter. "And this." I didn't need to finish the sentence. The weight of the unopened letter spoke volumes. Rosie's hand reached out, her fingers trembling as they closed around the envelope. The tears continued to flow, silent and heart-wrenching, as the enormity of the news crashed down upon her. "No, he's okay. No!" she wailed and dropped on the floor. Grabbing her, I pulled her into my arms. Her sobs shook a tremor through my body. I had known this would devour her. I led her to the porch, shutting the door firmly behind us. She wouldn't sit. Instead, she clung to me. The porch light buzzed overhead, casting a harsh yellow glow on the scene. Rosie's sobs subsided into a choked hiccup, her entire body racked with silent tremors. Her hand, clutching the letter to her chest, was a stark white against her blue house dress. She stepped away from me, wiping her face with the back of her hand. Grief, raw and agonizing, hung heavy in the air. But as the initial shock subsided, a new emotion flickered in Rosie's eyes. A spark of anger that quickly ignited into a blaze. "You knew, didn't you?" she rasped, her voice hoarse with unshed tears. "The day you walked in here pretending to be some friend, you knew." The accusation hung heavy between us. Shame burned in my gut, a bitter counterpoint to the grief that mirrored hers. "Rosie, I began to apologize. But she cut me off, her voice rising. "Don't you dare try to lie to me again," she cried. "How you looked at me and hesitated. It all makes sense now." A horrifying realization dawned on me. In my grief, in my desperate need to unload the burden of his final letter, I'd failed to consider the impact on her, the additional layer of betrayal I'd inflicted. Had I? This was for her. I did this for her. "Rosie, please," I pleaded, reaching out a hand, only to pull it back as if burnt. "I never meant to lie. You just what?" she roared, her voice cracking with a raw pain that tore at my heartstrings. "You just waltzed in here, pretending to be someone you're not, all the while knowing Russ was—" Her voice trailed off, choked by another sob. Tears streamed down her face, a mixture of grief and fury. It was more terrible than anything I'd witnessed on the battlefield. "Wait! I know who you are!" She threw her hands in the air, laughing as she cried. "God, I'm such a fool! You're Russ's brother, comrade, whatever, aren't you?" she whispered, the question laced with a bitter understanding. "The one who is supposed to be married to Nora. You're Peter. The Peter." She finally pieced the damning piece of the puzzle. Her shoulders slumped, the fight seeming to drain out of her. "Rosie?" "Should have known," she muttered, her voice heavy with despair. "It all makes sense now. Why were you here? Why did you look so familiar?" I felt her drilling anger threatening to drown me whole. I opened my mouth to apologize and explain the complexities of the situation, the reasons behind the lie and the delay, but the words died in my throat, choked by the immensity of her pain. "Get out," she rasped, her voice a mere whisper. "Just get out of here." The command was quiet, but it resonated with the force of a thunderclap. I stood there, rooted to the spot, the weight of her grief and anger a physical barrier between us. Finally, with a heavy heart, I turned and walked away. The light cast my shadow across the uneven lawn, a silent echo of the truth I'd brought and the lie I'd left with. The fireflies continued to blink in the gathering darkness, but their luminescence offered no peace for the darkness that had descended upon Rosie's world and mine. "I'm counting on you to beat this, Rosie. I hope you let me help you through this storm." Rosie. I slammed the door, shaking as the conversation that had shattered my world replayed itself like a loop over and over. Tears streamed down my face, blurring the sight of Peter's retreating figure through the see-through window. In my hand was a singular letter from Russ, a physical manifestation of the gaping hole torn through my life. The curve of my husband's handwriting was a cruel reminder of a future stolen from me. Russ had been taken from me. My Russ. I slumped on the floor, wondering how I was ever going to get out of this. The man in my world these past 7 years was gone. Now, All I had left was this worn scrap of paper and the glint of his name in silver against the wooden board. A choked sob escaped my lips, morphing into a wail of despair that racked my entire body. Russ was the only man I'd ever loved. From the moment he'd been carried into the ER in a mangled mess of shrapnel and bravado, I'd been a goner. Even beneath the layers of fatigue and pain, his hazel eyes held a spark that had ignited a fire in my soul. Despite the severity of his stomach wound, he charmed his way past my professional ethics with a shameless wink and a hearty joke. It was a slow burn at first, stolen glances across the hospital room that blossomed into secret rendezvous in the quiet of the hospital gardens. Russ had been relentless in pursuing me until I gave in to a date with him. 6 months later, we were talking forever. He proposed with wildflowers and promised me heaven on earth. And he had lived that promise every single day. My chest constricted as if a knot were tightening, ready to suffocate my lungs. My hands trembled uncontrollably as I clutched at my chest, trying to restrain the turmoil within. The room felt like it was closing in, every sound amplified to a deafening roar, yet my world shrank to the confines of my frantic thoughts. I took deep breaths, letting in the fresh and getting out the gasps. I vividly remembered those excruciating 2 months preceding our wedding, which seemed to stretch endlessly. Russ had been deployed on a mission, leaving me filled with dread. Who wouldn't be? I had first met him battered and bruised, and now he was informing me of yet another deployment. Panic consumed me, and my worries spiraled out of control. But he returned and made me the most excited bride. This time, he's not returning. He's not coming back? No, I wailed, tugging at everything around me. No! The wail reached a crescendo, pulling me from the vortex of my memories. I can't do this. A small hand, clutching a dino bear, tugged at the hem of my nightgown. Matthew's eyes were wild as he gazed at me, like seeing a version of me for the first time. The sight of his innocent eyes, so like his father's, shattered the dam of my grief anew, and I crumpled to the floor, clutching him to my chest as the world dissolved into a torrent of tears. The insistent buzz of the alarm clock shattered my tranquility like a personal affront. Who needed sunshine and birdsong when all you wanted was the suffocating comfort of darkness? With a groan, I slammed my hand down on the snooze button, wincing at the throbbing ache behind my eyes. My waking thoughts were of my husband. Perhaps it was all just a bad dream. Maybe Russ would walk through the door any minute, his uniform dusty but his smile whole. But reality, cold and unforgiving, seeped back in. Russ wouldn't be walking through any doors anymore. Especially not mine. He's gone. The tag in my nightgown pocket was a constant reminder of that. I forced myself out of bed, the world seeming to tilt slightly with each movement. My son, our son, was peacefully sleeping on the bed. I brought him into my bedroom last night when he found me upset. What should I say to him? Especially with all these letters we'd been getting lately. It must be Peter sending them. Little wonder the mail situation was strange. I stood up from the bed. I needed to get Matthew ready for school. My head was pounding as I put on my footwear. I grabbed my phone and called the hospital. "I'm taking sick leave. Can you please pass the message to Dr. Ray?" I rasped into the phone. It was a sick day for a broken heart. That sorted, I ventured into the kitchen. But first, I brewed myself a cup of coffee. The smell of caffeine brewing was a small comfort as I engaged in my morning routine on autopilot. I popped 2 slices of bread into the toaster and turned on the radio to drown out my depressing thoughts. As I buttered the toast, a small hand snuck around my waist. "Mommy?" Matthew called sleepily. "Good morning, Dino," I said, my voice rough. "Almost pancake time." He squeezed his eyes shut, his brow furrowed in concentration. "But it's Wednesday." "Ah, darn it," I muttered, feeling a lump in my throat. I hadn't planned out a menu when I started cooking. "It's a special occasion," I said, smiling. "We could all use some extra fuel today, right?" He beamed, oblivious to the storm raging inside me as I piled golden brown pancakes onto his plate. a smile plastered on my face. He tilted his head, his eyes filled with concern. I knew then that he hadn't forgotten what he saw last night, and his next question confirmed my suspicion. "Mommy, why were you crying last night?" I paused, taking a deep breath, then ruffled his hair gently. "Mom got some sad news last night. Why don't you eat up? We don't want to be late for school." I settled him in his small seat and placed the food before him. As he dug into his meal, I hurried out of the room, tears streaming down my cheeks. I kept my composure while bathing him, even when Matthew excitedly sang old songs Russ used to sing to him. My hands shook with every step, but the young lad hardly noticed. My little boy sang the entire ride to his school. As for me, my mind was halfway across Kentwood. Matthew chattered excitedly about the upcoming art class from the back seat, his enthusiasm only adding to my growing sadness. As I helped him out of the car, a well-meaning parent, Mrs. Liu, stopped me. She was the last person I wanted to speak to about her exaggerated acts. "Everything all right, Rosie? You look a little pale." "Just a touch of a migraine," I lied, forcing a smile. "Oh dear, those are the worst. Take care of yourself, honey." The insincerity of her wishes grated my nerves, but I mumbled a thank you and hurried Matthew toward the classroom. Dropping him off felt like leaving a piece of myself behind, but it was the only semblance of normalcy I could cling to today. Afterward, I drove to the base, which was an hour away. The familiar route felt alien under the oppressive weight of grief. Every turn I took, each landmark, reminded me of my husband. The gas station where he'd insisted on filling the tank even though I protested, his playful grin making it impossible to stay mad. The diner where we'd snuck out for milkshakes on a sweltering summer night. Everywhere I looked, Russ's ghost was there. The silence of the base headquarters felt suffocating as I walked in. A young officer looked up from behind the desk, his eyes widening slightly at the raw grief etched on my face. "Can I help you, ma'am?" His voice was polite, laced with some nervous, sympathetic groaning. "Dr. Rosie Rivera," I managed to say, quieting down the tumbling emotions within. "Hear about my husband, Sergeant Rivera." "Give me a second." He disappeared behind a heavy oak door, and the following minutes stretched into an eternity. Finally, he reappeared, his face creased with pity and regret. "Dr. Rivera," he began, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm deeply sorry for your loss. Russ—" He faltered, then took a deep breath. He was a hero. The word echoed hollowly in the vast room. Hero. A word for history books, for bronze statues. A word that did little to soothe the gaping hole in my heart. I didn't need a hero. I needed my husband. Tears welled up again, blurring my vision. With a mumbled, "Thank you." I turned and walked out into the harsh sunlight. The confirmation was a physical blow. Russ was gone. He wouldn't be coming home. The world spun, and I stumbled back against my car, the metallic cold shattering my fiery pain within. A sob escaped my lips, morphing into a guttural cry that tore through the air. My fists clenched around the steering wheel, knuckles white, as I screamed out my grief, the raw sound echoing across the empty parking lot. There were no witnesses, no judgments, just me and the horrid stench of my loss. Peter. The drive back to Kentwood was like a hazy memory, with the same boring road going on and on under the gray sky. Every twang of country music on the radio and every old pickup truck creak seemed to echo the hollowness in my chest. And it didn't matter what I did. I couldn't get Rosie's tear-streaked face out of my mind. The raw, primal grief that had ripped through her when I delivered the news was a sight that would forever be embedded in my memory. Russ had been a good man, a true soldier, and a loyal friend. Seeing the woman he cared about crumble like that was a different kind of pain altogether. Hot and accusing anger had flared in her eyes as well. It stung, the blame she implicitly placed on me as the messenger. But I understood. Russ's death wasn't my fault, but it somehow tainted everything I touched. The guilt ate at me as I pulled into my driveway. My phone rang as I cut the engine, and it was Mom again.
She had been calling to check on me almost every day. Sliding the phone up, I picked up the call. "Hey, Mom, did something happen?" "Peter, honey, can you come home? Something important came up." I wiped my throbbing forehead. "Mom, I told you there's something I got to do here." "I know," she breathed out. "This is also important. I wouldn't call if it weren't. How'd it go with the lady? Is she all right?" I took a deep breath, feeling the burden of the past few days settling on my shoulders. "It wasn't easy. Rosie took it pretty hard, as you can imagine." Mom sighed. "That poor girl. Your friend was a good man, Peter. He was taken from us way too soon. I wish now that I'd met him." I sat in the car, taking it all in. Mom always knew how to read me better than anyone. What would she say? Sighing, my thought drifted to Rosie. I wondered what she was thinking right now. Was she handling things well? "You're worried about her, aren't you?" she finally said, her voice soft. "Of course I am," I admitted. She was mad at me, blamed me somehow, but mostly she just looked lost, like a little girl who'd lost her way. "Grief does strange things, honey. It makes you lash out, makes you shut people out. But don't you take it personally. She needs time, Peter. And—" Mom hesitated, then continued. "Maybe she needs someone strong right now. Someone who knows Russ. Someone who can just be there for her." Her words hung in the air, a seed taking root in my mind. I knew Mom was right. Rosie would shut the world out and drown herself in her grief. Could there be a small space, an opening where I could fit in? Not as Russ's replacement, that was unthinkable, but as a friend and a shoulder to lean on. I'd introduced myself as a friend anyway. My mom's soft breathing filled the device, dragging me back to the present. "Mom, what's happening at home?" "It's not something I can discuss over the phone, but you might want to come here as soon as you can," she replied with an air of mystery. Rosie didn't need me here now. I could check in at home and be back later. I also needed to contact the comrades to see if they had intel about who betrayed us in Iraq. "I'll be heading back this weekend," I announced, surprising even myself. I thought I'd check in on Rosie to see if she needed anything, but she's grieving now. I should give her some space. Mom let out a deep breath. "Thank you, son. See you then." Ending the call, I stepped out of the car and strode to the lobby. Betty waved as she sighted me. "Hey." I might as well inform her of my decision. Taking out my wallet, I retrieved some crisp notes and slapped them on the counter. "I'll be leaving for the weekend." And here I was, looking forward to the weekend with some handsome views, Betty said, getting off her seat. She adjusted her body-hugging dress as she took. "Betty, I'll be back Monday. Can I get a better room by then?" I asked, ignoring her darting eyes. "I'll put in the work," she said slowly, walking closer. "You have to get me something in return." I knew where this was headed. Bye, Betty. The porch swing creaked a familiar greeting as I walked up the steps. The door flew open, and Mom walked towards me with a big smile. "You have to promise me you'd be calm about this." "Calm about what?" I asked, looking above her head towards our manor. The door opened slightly, and a head poked out. Seeing who it was, I grunted. "You've got to be kidding me." "Please, son, just hear her out." Mom patted my arm and strolled inside. Nora stepped out. Her face was a weird shade of red, with red spots on the forehead and under her eyes. Her eyes were red and puffed. What the heck? Time seemed to warp as we stared at each other, a lifetime of unspoken words hanging thick in the air. She was a bit different, thinner for sure. The warmth I used to see in her eyes was replaced by a hollowness that chilled me. "Peter?" Her voice was a broken whisper. "I need your help." She turned and strolled ahead of me inside the home. What's with everyone and leaving me behind? Shaking my head, I took quick strides towards the home. The once bright living room was shrouded in a dim twilight, quite unlike the Louisiana sunshine filtering through the cracks in the blinds. "Nora," I finally brought myself to say something.
What's going on?" She collapsed onto the couch, burying her face in her hands. When she pulled back, her eyes were red-rimmed, glistening with unshed tears. Bruises, new and old, marred the pale skin of her arms. "Peter," she choked out, her voice raw, "I need your help." The desperation bothered me. "Don't tell me your husband hits you." She sputtered, then launched into the story. "You know how we didn't exactly vibe with the marriage arrangement between us." I took the seat opposite her. "Then?" Damien came along, charming and available. He stole my heart with presents." I listened as she told the story of the man who had charmed her with gifts and attention. Then she recounted how she'd married the monster instead of the charming prince she thought he was. He hides the truth behind a facade of respectability and politics. The revelation ignited a fury within me, a white-hot rage that threatened to consume me. There was Russ, now Nora, both victims of a world that seemed determined to inflict pain. But Nora wasn't just grieving, she was living in hell. "You need to leave him," I said, chunking down my anger with restraint. Despite my burning rage, I didn't want to step into a world that wasn't mine to trespass. "It's not that easy, Peter," she whispered, tears trailing down her bruised cheek. He threatens me, threatens my family. I'm scared." Fear flickered in her eyes, betraying the energetic woman I had known. My anger grew into a bitter cocktail of helplessness and frustration. The urge to fix things warred with the harsh reality of the situation. Here I was, a soldier haunted by my ghosts, and in no position to help anyone. "Nora," I finally said, the words heavy on my tongue, "this isn't your fault, but there's nothing. This is your fight. You have to find your strength and get out of that situation." "Please, Pete, you're the only one who can help me," she pleaded, rubbing her palms together. "Pete?" I scoffed. Whatever gave her the impression I was the right man for this? "Why did you come to me, Nora?" The harshness with which the words echoed in the silence that followed made me sign. Her eyes welled up again, a flickering of hurt crossing her face. Maybe I was too rough, but the truth was brutal, and sometimes that was the only weapon you had. "I know," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "You met Damien. Pete." "Stop calling me like that. I don't even know you like that." I got upset by her imagining everything was all right all of a sudden. This woman left me for an available monster. How was that suddenly my business? Nora got off the couch and started pacing. "I'm sorry, okay?" She threw her hands in the air. "So I messed up. I got fooled. But it doesn't have to ruin me forever." I remained impassive. "Still, how is this my business?" She went on her knees and grabbed my leg. "Nora, get up. Stop this." I jerked my leg away. "What's wrong with you?" "Everything, Peter. Look, he's connected. He doesn't scare easily." "Oh, I'm the monster to scare him off? Nice play, Nora." I can't believe she's here to use me. She scrambled to her feet, dusting her knees as she replied, "I just need help. Not even money or my family scares him. I need you." With a sign, she slumped onto the couch. "I had to plead with your mom to help me." We sat silently, the unspoken hanging heavy in the air. I didn't want to be involved. She didn't deserve my time, but I couldn't condemn her to a lifetime of sorrow either. If she were some other woman, wouldn't I help? But I had pressing matters that also demanded my attention. How do I help without dragging myself into the mess? As the afternoon sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the room, a decision solidified in my mind. I stood up. "I have to go, Nora, but I promise I'll find a way to help. I'll make some calls, see if there's anything." The words died in my throat as I saw the dashed hope cloud her face. I couldn't offer her false promises. I couldn't be the prince she needed. "Don't," she said, turning her face away. "Don't make promises you can't keep." "I'll do something," I assured her. "Yeah, I'll get someone else," she said, grabbing her purse off the table. "Bye." The sting of her words lingered in the air long after she stormed out of the house. Mom walked into the room with a grim expression. Sad. She should have waited. No, I got off the couch. It's a good thing she didn't wait. I can't even pity her. That's how much I have no feelings for her, Mom. Will you help her? I didn't want to be involved, but she needs help. Did you see the bruises? I nodded. Come to the kitchen. I made your favorite jambalaya, garnished to your taste. As we walked to the kitchen, the aroma of Mom's homemade jambalaya enveloped the air, momentarily distracting me from the weight of the situation. The comforting scent of her cooking always had a way of easing tensions. I settled into a chair at the kitchen table, the day's events still swirling in my mind. Mom served up a steaming plate of jambalaya, garnished with shrimp and sausage, just as I liked it. Despite my conflicted emotions, I couldn't help but appreciate her efforts to comfort me with the meal. Plus, it had been long since anyone cared for me this way. Taking a bite, I let the spicy flavors dance on my tongue, momentarily letting go of the turmoil outside. But as I glanced at Mom's concerned expression, I knew there was no escaping the reality of the situation. Despite my reservations, it seemed I was the only one willing to offer a helping hand to someone in need. After the meal, I thanked my mom and told her I had someplace to go. Take care, she said, kissing my cheek. Back in my truck, the engine rumbled to life. Russ's face flickered in my mind, his easy grin setting my jaw. He wouldn't have hesitated to help Nora. He wouldn't have turned away from someone in need. It was why he was so special. He was a soldier with a heart of gold. I wasn't. I quickly checked online for the latest update on the bombing. The new reports were vague, details obscured by the fog of war, but one managed to catch some lead. The report rumored that some Iraq troops were laying claims to the attack already. An insurgent leader, known only as the Wolf, a name synonymous with cruelty and several deaths, was involved. It was an act of vengeance. Then he leaves me no choice. Vengeance. The word echoed in my head, flickering to life. I must find a way to even the scales and bring a semblance of justice to Russ's death. Guilt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. Leaving Rosie adrift in her grief felt like a betrayal, another broken promise. But the image of Russ, his unwavering loyalty etched on his face, pushed those doubts aside. He would have understood. Pulling out my phone, I dialed a number I hadn't used in years. The gruff voice on the other end was that of a former sergeant with deep connections. I need to return to Iraq, I said, tabling my grim request. The silence on the other end stretched for a beat, and a low chuckle rumbled through the receiver. Welcome back to the fold, soldier. We've got a score to settle. The line went dead, and I gripped the phone tighter, a sense of grim purpose settling over me. This wasn't about glory or some misplaced sense of heroism. This was about vengeance, honoring a friend's memory, and finding a silver of redemption for myself. The road ahead was fraught with danger, a path paved with uncertainty. But for the first time since Russ's death, I felt a little bit of hope, a faint ember of purpose rekindled in the ashes of grief. I immediately messaged Luca. He wanted in on this, and I could use the backup. We're doing this after the funeral. We're going to war.
Rosie. The knock on the door shattered the silence I'd built around myself. It had been 3 days since Peter's visit. 3 days of suffocating grief and a paralyzing fog that muted the world around me. My world as I knew it was gone. In its place was this blinding darkness and emptiness. The insistent rapping tore through the haze, a summons I couldn't ignore. Dragging myself off the couch, I moved with the inertia of a sleepwalker. My body was like a lead weight against my willpower. Opening the door, I was met with a torrent of red hair and tear-stroked cheeks. Rosie, oh my God. My friend rushed past me, engulfing me in a tight hug. The warmth of her embrace, the familiar scent of her love perfume, was a lifeline in the churning sea of grief. Tears welled up again, hot and stinging, as I clung to her. The dam holding back the flood finally gave way, and I dissolved into a torrent of sobs.
Laura held me tight, whispering soothing words into my hair. "Oh, baby, God, this hurts." And she broke into tears. We sat on the couch with tear-stained tissues and a messy floor. The silence stretched between us, a shared understanding filling the void. Finally, Laura got a grip of herself. "Your phone, Rosie. It's ringing." It was the colonel. I grabbed the phone to my chin. "Dr. Rivera speaking." "Hello, doctor. We are bringing them home, Rosie." His words were a punch to the gut, like a blow of the finality of Russ's death. A fresh wave of grief threatened to engulf me, but I forced myself to take a shuddering breath. "When?" I asked. "The heroes arrived this morning. There's going to be a state funeral for all the fallen soldiers next week." State funeral. The words settled on me like a shroud. My Russ would now be addressed as a hero deserving of such an honor. A bittersweet pang of pride stabbed through the fog of grief. "His family," I croaked, the words catching in my throat. Laura squeezed my hand, her touch a silent reassurance. "I already called them. They're on their way," he said. "I understand how difficult this might be for you. Trust me, the pain doesn't go away, but it will lessen at some point. Whatever you need, call." I ended the call and held on to Laura, letting my tears flow freely. I wouldn't have to face this alone. Laura, my parents, Russ's family, they would be here with me, riding with me in the coming storm. As the afternoon wore on, the house filled with a flurry of activity. Laura coordinated with the funeral home, making arrangements for guests. Russ's family arrived first, then my parents, their faces etched with sorrow, arrived with casseroles and comforting hugs. The following few hours were a blur of well-meaning visitors, whispered condolences, and a suffocating sense of unreality. I went through the motions, numb and adrift. The day of the funeral, she dawned heavy and overcast, like the thick weight in my chest. My reflection in the bathroom mirror was that of a stranger, a woman with pale skin drawn taut over her cheekbones. Eyes rimmed red and raw stared back at me. The dark dress Laura had helped me pick hung loosely on my bony frame. I couldn't believe this was happening. It felt like a dream that my mind couldn't grasp. Matthew was blissfully unaware of the storm raging on. He wasn't, however, used to that much crowd. He sat on the floor, his tiny fingers fiddling with a plastic truck, humming a wordless tune. Seeing his innocent face, a fresh wave of grief threatened to engulf me. "Come on, Dino," I said, my voice hoarse. "Time to go." He scrambled to his feet, a gap-toothed grin splitting his face. "Are we going to see Daddy?" The question was asked innocently, yet it cracked my grit. Tears welled up again, blurring my vision. "No, honey," I choked, kneeling to his level. "We're going to say goodbye to Daddy in a special way." We got into the car with some family members and drove off. The church was a sea of sad faces, the air thick with grief and the cloying scent of lilies. Russ's family sat in the front pew with me. My parents sat behind me, offering a silent handhold. Doctors from the hospital and colleagues Russ considered family filled the pews behind them. Overwhelmed by the formality and hushed whispers, Matthew squirmed in his seat. I kept whispering reassurances, my voice shaky and unconvincing. The ceremony continued with long speeches and a somber rendition of Amazing Grace. Each word and note felt like a sharp knife twisting in my gut. Afterward, the preacher stepped forward. The eulogy was delivered by Russ's commanding officer, testifying to his bravery and leadership. He narrated stories of his selflessness and humor, eliciting choked sobs from his family, and a few watery smiles from his friends. He went on to talk about the other 3 soldiers who had fallen alongside Russ. The families seated in the other row cried and sobbed. My grieving mind barely registered those families who had lost people dear to them as well. I was drowning in a pool of pain myself. Kentwood had been plunged into deep darkness. Through it all, Matthew fidgeted, his attention easily distracted by the flickering candles in the stained glass windows.
Finally, the moment that had haunted me for days arrived, the procession to the cemetery. A wave of nausea washed over me as we followed Russ's flag-draped casket out of the church. The sunlight, filtering through the Spanish moss-draped trees, could not pierce the veil of grief that shrouded me. Soldiers in crisp dress uniforms stood at attention at the graveside, their faces solemn. As the casket was lowered into the ground, the sharp twang of a lone bugle playing taps made goosebumps rise on my skin. Tears streamed down my face, a silent river of grief. Matthew leaned against me, his small hand clutching my arm with a surprising strength. I looked down at him. "What's wrong, Mommy?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. "We're saying goodbye to Daddy, Dino," I replied breathlessly. "He's going to heaven to be a bright star." He seemed to accept this explanation, gazing at the cloudy sky with wide, curious eyes. The soldiers began their final salute. The gunshots were a slow gesture that seemed to echo the beat of my broken heart. I caught a glimpse of Peter out of the corner of my eye. He stood amidst the crowd, his face stoic, but his eyes held a depth of pain that mirrored my own. We locked eyes briefly, a silent exchange of grief before he looked away. The ceremony ended, and a crowd of well-wishers approached to offer condolences. My parents stood behind me. I let them be my source of comfort. Russ's family received the condolences with a stern expression that bordered on collapse. It was all a facade. We were all broken and would never be the same again. Through the blur of handshakes and murmured platitudes, I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was my mom, offering whatever strength and support she could muster. "Come on, Rosie, let's get you out of here," she said, her voice firm but laced with concern. I was grateful for her gentle guidance, so I allowed her to lead me away from the graveside. Matthew, tired from the long ceremony, slipped his arm into mine as we walked. The cemetery receded behind us, leaving an emptiness akin to the one in my heart. As we returned to the car, I glanced at the freshly turned earth and the simple white headstone adorned with my husband's name and a sad inscription. "A hero's journey never ends." The inscription settled on me like a physical thing. He wouldn't be forgotten, but the gaping hole in my life, the absence of his morning laughter, and his comforting presence at night felt vast and all-consuming. Back at the house, the remnants of the funeral reception continued. There were half-eaten pastries, crumpled napkins, and a lingering scent of coffee. Laura bustled around, collecting dishes and offering reassurances. My parents tried to keep the mood light, engaging Matthew in a game of building blocks. Exhaustion, both physical and emotional, finally crashed over me. Matthew left them to snuggle on the couch, his eyelids drooping. I sank beside him, pulling him close. The warmth of his tiny body offered a shade of comfort in the vast emptiness. "Mommy," he mumbled, his voice thick with sleep. "Will Daddy come back now?" My throat tightened, and the question opened a fresh wound. How do you explain death to a 4-year-old? I searched for the right words, the truth tempered with the gentleness that wouldn't frighten him. "No," I replied, gently shaking my head. "Daddy's gone to heaven. He's an angel now, watching over us from up there." He shook his head slowly, a dreamy smile gracing his lips. "Can I see him?" "Not with your eyes, sweetie," I whispered, tracing patterns on his back. "But he'll always be in your heart, and all the good memories you have of him." He snuggled closer, his breathing lighter and even. As sleep claimed him, I blew out some steam. The realization that I was now a single parent and living this new reality without Russ felt overwhelming. Laura sat down beside me, her eyes filled with concern. "You okay, Rosie?" she asked, her voice gentle. I shook my head, tears welling up again. "How do I do this, Laura? How do I raise Matthew on my own?" She squeezed my hand, her touch a silent promise of support. "You take it one day at a time, honey. We'll get through this together. You're strong, Rosie, stronger than you think." Her words, though well-meaning, offered little solace. Strength felt like a distant memory buried beneath the layers of grief. But looking at Matthew's peaceful face, a flicker of determination ignited within me. For him, I had to be strong. I had to find a way for him to live this new normal. It didn't matter how hard it hurt. The new normal was a life without Russ, but filled with the love we shared with our son. The road ahead would be long and arduous, but I would have the memory of Russ guiding me, and with the fierce love for my son burning bright within me. I would find a way. Russ may be gone, but his love would continue to light our way like a beacon in the darkness. Peter. The military jet felt very different from the hot and humid Louisiana air we'd left behind. Everything inside was gray and clean, with a low humming noise filling the space. The only sounds were the roar of the engines and Luca's steady breathing beside me. Luca was our old comrade turned friend from basic training. He was as quiet and strong as they come. We hadn't spoken much since the briefing, and even that was a terse exchange of strategies and grim determination hanging heavy in the air. Russ wasn't coming back. The official report spoke of an ambush, a brave fight against overwhelming odds. But I was there and knew better. There had been no fight. Someone had sold us out, and we were here to return the favor. The landing was rough, just like the tension knotted in my stomach. Stepping off the plane, the hot desert air hit me hard. The barren land stretched endlessly under the blazing sun. This was no place for heroes, only for the ghosts of war and the thirst for retribution. Our contact was a seasoned intelligence officer with eyes with more secrets than answers. Stanley led us through a maze of concrete corridors. "Come with me. I have news." We followed him to the base, buzzing with activity, a beehive of soldiers moving with practiced efficiency. Finally, we stopped before a nondescript steel door, its surface marred with scuff marks and the remnants of dried blood. The air in the storage room was heavy with dust and the smell of unwashed bodies. 3 men, worn and ragged, clustered in a corner, their faces filled with fear and desperation. This wasn't the part of my job that I liked. Interrogations, and sometimes torture, were necessary but unpleasant tasks. Today, though, my anger was fiercer than ever. Luca stepped forward, his voice low and threatening. He spoke in Arabic, his words sharp and filled with menace. The prisoners stayed quiet, their eyes moving nervously between us like scared animals. Frustration ate away at me, adding to the boiling anger inside. "Make them talk," Luca barked in irritation, then turned to me. "You doing this or what?" My stomach churned. Torture wasn't a game, nor a source of twisted pleasure. It was a brutal tool, but sometimes it was necessary to extract information that could save lives. But this wasn't about saving lives. This was about vengeance, about making these men pay for what they took. I reached into my backpack and pulled out a metal baton, its familiar weight comforting in my hand. The prisoners flinched as I approached, their eyes wide with fear. Kneeling before them, I let the baton click against the concrete floor, echoing in the silent room. "Now, shall we begin?" I asked, stepping closer to them. "Who goes first?" The interrogation that followed was a display of restrained brutality. Every question, every unanswered plea, was met with the sharp crack of the baton against flesh. I swung my weapon with precision, enough to cause harm, but not to maim. Blood pooled on the concrete floor, and their screams echoed in the room. But they remained silent. They gave no answers, names, or intel to satisfy the burning need for revenge. Frustration became a cold fury. I was hitting a wall, and the thought of Russ, his laughter, and his easy smile fueled my rage. He deserved more than this. With a snarl, I slammed the baton on the man closest to me. The sickening groan that followed was loud enough to cause an earthquake. The other men flinched, their bodies trembling on the cold floor. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to step back, the anger warring with good reasons. "What are we doing?" Luca asked. "Keep going until they spill." "Peter?"
His question echoed in the silence that followed the beatings. What were we doing? Torture, even when used strategically, was a dark art. It left scars not just on the bodies of the victims, but on the souls of the perpetrators. Looking down at my blood-stained hand, the weight of that realization hit me with the force of a sledgehammer. This wasn't the way. This wasn't honoring Russ. He wouldn't have wanted this brutal dance of pain and vengeance. Luca stepped forward, going for a knife instead of the baton. I'll take it from here. Stand down, I called out in a hoarse voice. He glared at me, his brow furrowed in disbelief. But he obeyed, lowering the weapon he'd been using on one of the men. The room fell silent. The only sound was the ragged gasps from the huddled prisoners, their eyes wide and filled with fear and defiance. My face was flushed with shame. I had become the monster I was fighting. Get them medical attention, I rasped, avoiding the scene I'd created. We'll try a different approach. Luca's silence spoke volumes, but he followed my orders without further comment. He stepped out to get Morgan while I started at the trio. As medics rushed in, their faces grim masks of disapproval, I stepped out into the scorching desert afternoon. The unrelenting sun beat down on me, but I couldn't compete with the heat rising from my rage-filled heart. What had I done? Torture wouldn't bring Russ back. It wouldn't erase the damnation his family had been condemned to, or the emptiness in mine. Frustration morphed into a deep remorse. I needed air, some space to clear the fog of anger clouding my judgment. Walking from the base, I kicked at loose rocks across the dusty path. The vast desert, going on, with sand and bushes as far as I could see, felt just as empty as I did inside. Hours passed, and the sun started to sink. I walked up a lonely hill with a view of the base below. Stars began appearing in the sky, like tiny dots on dark fabric, silently watching over my inner struggles. Russ's face, with his funny grin, flashed in my thoughts. He wouldn't have liked this. He believed in getting information, sure, but he wouldn't have resorted to torture. His strength came from his honesty, a skill that earned him respect, even from foes. Shame turned into a steely resolve. I had to clean up this mess and find another way to honor Russ's memory, a way that didn't leave me stained with the blood of the innocent. Returning to the base, I found Luca in the briefing room. He had a map sprawled out across the table. He looked up as I entered, a mixture of surprise and suspicion crossing his face. Without a word, I pulled up a chair and studied the map. He tapped out the details of the insurgency, the known locations of rebel outposts. There has to be another way, I said, turning to the comrade beside me. He grunted in agreement. Torture only gets you so far. These guys are hardened fighters, loyal to their cause. They don't deserve to. Luca. He shrugged and turned his attention to the map. For the next few hours, we pored over the map, gathering bits of information and studying rebel attack patterns. A tiny spark of hope grew inside me. Faint, but steady. We check here first, I pointed out, crossing the intersection we both arrived at. Good, he replied. But as we walked away, Luca grabbed his weapon and shot the men. That's for my brother. The following day, we delved deeper into the insurgency network. We spoke with willing and reluctant informants, chased down rumors, and followed leads that often went cold. It was a slow, painstaking process, a grueling game of cat and mouse with an enemy shrouded in secrecy. It wasn't until later that day that word came. A captured insurgent, broken by a combination of isolation and psychological warfare, finally dropped a name. Abu Khalil. He was a notorious warlord known for his cruelty and his ruthless tactics. It was a name whispered in hushed tones by other prisoners, a name known with terror and merciless killings. Finally, a substantial lead, Luca muttered. What's the plan? Through our investigations, it became clear that Abu Khalil was the one behind the Iraq ambush. He was the person who took Russ away from us. The desire for revenge flared up again,
like a tiny ember growing into a fierce flame. But this time, it was tempered with focus and a determination to bring the man responsible to justice. Our plan was audacious, a high-risk operation hinged on precise timing and a healthy dose of luck. We wouldn't go in guns blazing. We needed Abu alive, breathing proof of his crimes. It was a dangerous gamble, but it was our only shot. We waited until nightfall, when the desert air was still and unsuspecting. Under the cloak of darkness, we stealthily infiltrated the rebel stronghold, moving like a well-practiced team. The adrenaline pumped through my veins, a feeling I knew well from many missions before. But beneath it all, a flicker of doubt. Would we find Abu Khalil? Would we make it out alive? The answer came in the form of a flickering oil lamp, illuminating a figure hunched over a desk, a map spread out before him. Abu turned out to be an older man, not what I expected. His face was lined with a lifetime of violence. The moment we saw him, we knew he had to be in charge despite his weathered face. Abu whipped around, his hand reaching for a pistol tucked in his waistband. But before he could react, Luca was on him. A struggle ensued, a tangle of limbs and grunts echoing in the dimly lit room. I moved in, grabbing Abu's arm and twisting it behind his back. A scream of pain ripped from his throat. "Don't kill him," I rasped, tapping Luca to release him. "We need him alive." Luca grunted in response, tightening his grip on Abu's throat to cut off his air supply. The warlord's face contorted in fear, his eyes bulging. A primal part of me, fueled by grief and rage, wanted to see him suffer, wanted to squeeze the life out of him with my bare hands. But I pushed those feelings down, forcing myself to remain focused. "Where's the intel?" I barked, shoving a picture of Russ's smiling face in front of Abu. "Who gave you the order?" Abu gasped for breath and sputtered out a string of Arabic curses. Luca tightened his hold, the warlord's face turning purple. Just when his resistance seemed to wane, a glint of defiance flickered in his eyes. "You can't break me," he grunted. "You'll never find out who ordered it." His words felt like a slap in the face, a clear indication of the fanaticism driving the insurgency. Frustration surged within me, ready to erupt. But then, an idea struck me. "You think you're fighting for a cause," I said, my voice low and measured. "But you're just a pawn in their game. They don't care about you, about your people. They only care about their power to control you." He stayed silent, his expression darkening with disgust for his predicament. I persisted, playing on his brainwashed beliefs. "You won't get anything but broken promises. They are false idols who don't deserve this level of loyalty. Did I tell you about the man you killed?" As Luca pressed him for a response, Abu's eyes rolled backward in his head. "Well, he has a 4-year-old and a wife. You've plunged them into darkness," I stated firmly. Abu's anger flared, his body tensing as he spat out his words, blood staining his teeth and lips. "My man wasn't the one who started this." I spoke of the suffering his actions caused, not just to soldiers like Russ, but to innocent civilians caught in the crossfire, like his son, his wife, his parents. I needed to reach that spot where he got broken. It was a gamble, an appeal to a humanity I wasn't sure existed within him. But as I spoke, something akin to regret flickered in his eyes. The fight seemed to drain out of him, replaced by a weary resignation. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Abu spoke up. "The man you seek is called the Ghost. That's all I know." "That's all I need." The Ghost. I turned to Luca, who let the man fall off like a ragged doll. "I lost good men too, but this man offered to cater for their families." Abu spat out and staggered towards the wall. "He didn't do anything. I can't even reach him." Of course, whoever this ghost was knew what he was doing. He was likely to be a highly connected man, someone higher up and in power. The intel we extracted wasn't everything we'd hoped for, but it was a start. We had a name and proof of insurgency. The government could work with that while we stayed back and let justice run its course. This wasn't the closure I craved, not the face-to-face confrontation with Russ's killer, but it was a lead, a path forward. We returned to our base with Abu in tow,
a sullen prisoner stripped of his arrogance. We handed him over to the superiors. The debriefing that followed was intense, a mix of relief and frustration. We had answers, but they only raised more questions. As the dust settled, a strange sense of emptiness washed over me. The mission was accomplished, and justice was served in its twisted way. But my brother wouldn't be coming back. The hole in my heart would never be sealed. That night, under the vast expanse of the desert sky, I stared up at the stars. While the world slept, I conversed with a lost friend. "We got him, Russ," I whispered, the words tasting like ashes. "But it doesn't feel like a victory." A cool desert breeze rustled through the sand, carrying a sense of peace and acceptance. I knew then what I had to do. Taking my gun, I went into the basement and fired shots at Abu. The hole in his chest did nothing to ease my pain. There was no getting my brother back. But it was only a matter of time before someone else picked Abu up and used him against innocent lives. Luca gripped my shoulder. "You are a step ahead of me, soldier." Rosie. The car's engine made a ticking sound as it cooled down. The only noise in the car was the sound of paper rustling in my shaky hands. Russ's last letter, wrinkled and worn from many readings, lay open on my lap. His words, which used to be full of his usual jokes and love, now seemed like a sad reminder of a life taken too early. After the funeral and everything had quietened, I had picked up the letter to read his last words, and I couldn't stop reading after that. "My Rose, I'm sure you'd be worried about the months of silence by now. The fault is undoubtedly mine. I've written more letters than I can remember, but every time I wrap up the ending, it feels nothing like what you'd want to read. I know I haven't been the most prolific letter writer, but words always seemed to fall short when expressing how much you mean to me. Maybe that's why I've written you several drafts of this letter, each one failing to capture the depth of my love for you and Matthew." A choked sob escaped my lips. Why would he even think I didn't want to read anything he wrote? Wasn't that better than the silence? I heaved a sigh, knowing my anger was pointless right now. The thought was what mattered. Russ had tried and wanted to leave me with more than just memories. A lump burned hot in my throat, a bitter counterpoint to the grief. Russ's letter continued, detailing the monotony of base life, punctuated by moments of friendship and laughter with his fellow soldiers. He spoke of missing us fiercely, of the dreams that kept him going, dreams of returning home, of building a swing set in the backyard for Matthew. Then he mentioned his friend. "Peter's been a good friend. He keeps my spirits up with his corny jokes and bad singing. I told him to leave that to me. It's the only thing I do better than him. We talk about home often. You and Matthew are prominently featured in those conversations. He's a good friend, more like a brother." Peter. The name rang in my mind. It was a stranger, yet somehow it was a link to Russ's final days. Guilt gripped me. All this time I had been so focused on my grief that I hadn't stopped to consider the weight he must be carrying. He had been my husband's friend, his confidant in those last moments. Didn't I owe it to Russ, to his memory, to try to understand the man who had been by his side? Taking a deep breath, I wiped away the tears, blurring my vision. With resolve, I pulled out Russ's phone and scrolled through the contacts. Peter's name came up as brother. My finger hovered over the call button, a tremor of nervousness running through me. The dial tone echoed in my ear for an eternity before a gruff voice answered on the other end. "Hello?" "Peter? It's Rosie, Russ's wife." "Peter? It's Rosie, Russ's wife." My voice sounded thin, strained. A beat of silence followed. "Rosie, hey, it's good to hear from you. How are you holding up?" "The same," I admitted, my voice cracking. "Just going through the motions, I guess." "Yeah, I know the feeling," Peter said, his voice low and empathetic. There was a pause, and then he added, "Is something wrong?"
There are things I don't know, I confessed, about his last days, about anything you want to know, Rosie, Peter assured me. I'll tell you everything I can. Hesitantly, I asked about the letters, about Russ's state of mind and their last conversations. Peter spoke openly, his voice rough with emotion at times. He painted a picture of Russ, his love for us fueling his every thought. He often played pranks on us to keep their spirits high, Peter said, and for a long time, he said nothing more. Thank you, I finally said as the silence stretched. It was good knowing my husband didn't suffer too long in his dying days. Peter said it had been quick and almost painless. I covered my mouth, stifling the cry that threatened. On nights when he couldn't get through to you and Matthew, he would go outside the tent and gaze at the stars all night, yearning for home. As we talked, a strange sense of connection bloomed between us. Peter wasn't just his friend. He was a kindred spirit, a man who understood the depth of loss, the gaping hole left in the wake of war. There was a shared grief, a bond forged in tragedy. As the sun went down below the horizon, the sky became cloudy. Finally, our conversation ended. A weight lifted from my heart, a sense of peace settling in place. I didn't have all the answers, but I better understood Russ's final days, a clearer picture of the man who had stood by his side. Thank you, Peter, I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. Thank you for sharing this with me. No, thank you, Rosie, Peter replied, his voice gruff but sincere. It's good to talk about him. He was a hell of a friend and a damn good man. The line crackled for a moment before he added hesitantly, If there's anything you need, anything at all, don't hesitate to call. I appreciate that, Peter, I said, touched by his offer. I might just take you up on that. After ending the call, I looked at the phone in my hand, suddenly tired. Talking had been tiring, but also relieving. It was the first time since he died that I felt hopeful, like a tiny spark of connection in the big emptiness. The following days were a whirlwind of things to do. I had to find someone to look after Matthew while I sorted through papers and handled all the legal stuff that came with sudden death. Laura was always there, super organized, and supported me. Thankfully, unaware of everything, Matthew kept being his happy, energetic self. His laughter helped me feel better. One evening, a knock sounded on the door as I was putting Matthew to bed. My heart stuttered, and I wondered if it was Laura. Wiping my hands on my jeans, I walked to the door and peeked through the peephole. Peter stood on the porch with a hesitant look on his face. He was dressed in a simple pair of jeans and a t-shirt. I stared at him momentarily, a tangle of emotions warring within me. Opening the door a crack, I asked cautiously, Peter? He stammered, running a hand through his hair. I was in the neighborhood and, well, I brought this. He held out a brown paper bag, its contents hidden from view. Curiosity tugged at me, but apprehension held me back. What is it? I asked hesitantly. It's something Russ made for Matthew, Peter said, his voice gruff. He was working on it before. His voice trailed off, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. I took a deep breath. The tugging in my heart was getting less frequent now. Can I come in? Peter asked gently. I nodded, stepping back to allow him entrance. He walked in hesitantly, his eyes taking in the living room, now tinged with a heavy air of loss. Come on in, I said, leading him to the living room. Have a seat. He sat on the sofa's edge, the paper bag clutched tightly in his lap. Silence stretched between us. Finally, he took a deep breath and unfolded the bag. Wrapped in tissue paper was an intricately carved wooden toy dinosaur. It was beautiful, a work of love and meticulous detail. Tears welled up again, blurring my vision. Russ, he was carving this for Matthew, I whispered, reaching out to touch the truck. He never got a chance to finish it. I laughed and cried at the same time. It's got no tail. He talked about Matthew's love for dinosaurs all the time, Peter said, his voice thick with emotion. Russ wanted to build a whole family of them for Matthew. He said it reminded him of his childhood. I picked up the animal, tracing the smooth surface with trembling fingers. Russ's love for Matthew and his thoughtfulness, even in uncertainty, shone through every detail. A sob escaped my lips, a blend of grief and love. Peter reached out, his hand hovering awkwardly over mine. He didn't touch me, but the gesture spoke volumes, a shared understanding, a bond forged in loss. He loved you both very much, Rosie, Peter said, his voice low and sincere, more than words can say. I know, I whispered, the words catching in my throat. And I know he wouldn't want me to be sad. He'd want me to be strong for Matthew. We sat silently for a while longer, the weight of Russ's absence hovering over us like honeybees. But there was a shift, too, a subtle change in the atmosphere. The grief remained, a raw and jagged wound, but it was tempered now by a flicker of hope. We made quite a pair, individuals forming a connection from their losses. This man who had been Russ's friend was now, in a strange way, becoming mine too. Peter rose abruptly just as Matthew called out from his bedroom. He smiled. Sounds like your little man needs his mama. He does, I agreed, standing. Thank you, Peter, for everything. It's nothing, he said, waving his hand dismissively. Russ wanted me to do it. He hesitated momentarily, then added, If there's anything you need, Rosie, please don't hesitate to ask. I appreciate that, Peter, I said, my voice genuine, and I'm sorry for sending you away like that. He nodded. Friends? I extended my hand for a handshake to seal the deal. Friends. With a final goodbye, he stepped out into the cool evening air. I closed the door, feeling dizzy. Grief would always be my companion, even if it didn't feel as suffocating. I'd come to terms with that. Russ's absence still hurt, but having Peter around, even though unexpected, felt like a lifeline, a link to my husband's last moments. Upstairs, Matthew called out again, his voice laced with impatience. Smiling, I grabbed the wooden animal and headed towards his room. Russ's love and legacy lived on in this simple toy, reminding me of his sacrifice and unwavering devotion to his family and country. Placing the dinosaur on Matthew's bedside table, I sat beside him, cradling his tiny hand in mine. This is from Daddy, sweetie, I whispered. He made it just for you. Matthew's eyes widened as he examined the toy, his fingers tracing the carvings. Wow, he breathed, a delighted giggle escaping his lips. It's beautiful, isn't it? I said, kissing his forehead. Can I play with it? He asked, his eyes excitedly bright. Of course you can, I replied, picking him up and placing him on my lap. Together, we examined the toy, inventing stories and adventures for it. The simple joy of a mother and son playing together lifted my spirit. The road ahead was long, filled with uncertainty and the constant ache of Russ's absence. But as I held Matthew close, a newfound strength bloomed within me. Russ wouldn't want me to crumble. He would want me to be strong, raise Matthew with love and laughter, and cherish the shared memories. With Peter's offer of support ringing in my ears and a renewed sense of purpose burning bright within me, I knew I wouldn't have to face this journey alone. Russ's memory would live on in our hearts, guiding the path forward. Life wouldn't be the same without him, but it could still be good, filled with love, laughter, and the promise of a future built on cherished memories and the unwavering love for a son we both adored. And then I remembered Laura and her pregnancy. Shoot! I dashed out of my son's room. Peter. I woke up with a start, the sheets tangled around my legs. The dream had been so vivid, as if it were happening for real. I could feel Russ beside me even now. In my dream, Russ sat across from me at the usual diner booth. He smiled as he slid a mug of coffee across the table. The coffee smelled like burnt tires, just the way he liked it. And for a moment, I could almost feel the warmth of the mug in my hands. "Long time no see, Pete," Russ said in his slow southern drawl and looked amused. "You look like you've seen a ghost." A chuckle escaped my lips, but it quickly died in my throat. The diner, the coffee, Russ. It was all a figment of my sleep, a cruel trick by my subconscious. I rubbed my eyes and let out a loud groan, which did little to numb the ache in my chest. Rolling out of bed, I padded to the window and threw the curtains aside. Kentwood held a beautiful glow of the rising sun today, stretching out before me like a reminder of what I still had to hold on to. It was a bright morning that Russ would have spent tinkering with his nice Jaguar in my driveway, a beer always within arm's reach. Anger, hot and primal, tightened in my gut. Russ was gone, taken by a man they called Ghost, who was yet to be apprehended. 4 of our soldiers were dead as well, their blood staining the foreign soil we fought so hard to defend. And Ghost? He walked free. It didn't matter that we had his men. Ghost gave the order. He had to go. I slammed my fist against the windowsill, the pain a welcome distraction. The dream had been a catalyst, a sharp reminder of my promise to myself and Russ. I wouldn't let him die in vain. Ghost had to pay. With a new resolve, I grabbed my phone and dialed the number I knew by heart. It was a burner phone used only for connecting with my contacts. He was an ex-military man, Jackson. He knew the black market like the back of his hand. The phone rang twice before a gravelly voice answered. "Jackson." "It's Peter," I said into the phone, gazing at the serene town. "Any news?" There was a beat of silence, then a sigh. "Not what you want to hear, son. They're keeping things quiet, but word on the street is they're laying off Ghost. No charges and no trial, just a slap on the wrist." Disbelief bubbled up in my chest, threatening to choke me. "That's it? After what he did?" "That's the way it goes in this game, Pete. Sometimes justice takes a back seat to politics." I took a deep breath. At least they had him in custody. There was no way they would do that. No. Are we letting this slide? It took a long time before the reply came, and when it did, it was a coded message. "He killed my brother, Pete. What do you think?" The line went dead, leaving me staring at the phone in my hand. Justice. The word felt like a bitter joke. If the system wouldn't hold Ghost accountable, then I would. I owed that to Russ and my fallen comrades. This wasn't about war or duty anymore. This was personal. I shook my head, trying to dispel the thoughts that threatened to consume me. Today was just another battle to fight, even if it was only against my demons. I couldn't afford to dwell on the past, not when there was still so much left to do. Jackson would handle it. I just had to give him time. If not, Luca and I would return to finish the job. Speaking of Luca, I hadn't heard from him since we returned. I dressed quickly. The routine provided a welcome distraction from my thoughts. But as I buttoned up my shirt, my gaze fell on the photograph by the bedside table, the one used at the funeral. Russ grinned back at me, his stares deep as if to say, "We'll get through this together." I clenched my fists, anger rising like a storm on the horizon. It wasn't fair. None of it was fair. We had fought for our country and sacrificed everything we had. And for what? To come home to this empty shell of a life, haunted by memories we could never escape. With a sigh, I tore my gaze away from the photograph, unable to bear the pain it brought. There were too many ghosts and memories in this room that threatened to suffocate me. I needed to get out, breathe in the fresh air, and remind myself that there was still life beyond these 4 walls. Grabbing my jacket, I headed for the door. As I stepped outside, the cool morning air brought a glimmer of hope. "Do you like the new room?" asked Betty, leaning across the large desk. She had upgraded my room while I was away. Now I wouldn't have to listen to the disturbing machine. "Yes, Betty. Thank you," I replied, already stepping out the door. "What about my promise?" she yelled. I walked through the quiet streets of Kentwood. The sights and sounds were a welcome relief. Everywhere was different and still held little interest, just like it had about a decade ago when I visited. It was before Russ got married, before the war. As I rounded the corner, I spotted Mrs. Davina tending to her garden, her wrinkled hands deftly weaving through the tangled vines. I knew her from way back when she lived in Baton Rouge. "Morning, Pete," she called out, her voice like a soothing balm to my weary soul. "How are you holding up, dear?" I forced a smile, trying to push aside the darkness that threatened to consume me. "I'm hanging in there, Mrs. Davina, just taking it one day at a time." She nodded sympathetically, her eyes filled with understanding. "It takes time to get used to, dear. Time heals all wounds, they say." I nodded, though I wasn't sure I believed her. Some wounds run too deep, leaving scars that would never indeed fade. But I appreciated her words nonetheless. The simple act made me understand I wasn't alone in this struggle, even if she had no idea how deep the wound was. I lingered for a moment longer, watching her return to gardening with renewed vigor. There was something comforting about the routine of everyday life, the simplicity of it all. Maybe that was what I needed, a return to normalcy. But how? I'd always wanted to be a military man. I didn't know how not to desire such a life. I continued on my way, the weight on my shoulders a little lighter than before. Today wouldn't be so bad after all. There was still hope for a brighter tomorrow. But as I walked, the memories of Russ lingered, a constant presence at the edge of my consciousness. The bar was eerily quiet despite the relatively early hour. "Luca?" I called out, pushing the door open. "Where did you—" "Oh my God." My words trailed off as I caught sight of Luca, who hastily got off the naked lady sprawled across his counter table and reached for his trousers. "Didn't know you were coming," he muttered defensively. "It's fine," I replied, averting my gaze. "I'll check back in the morning." With a wry chuckle, "It's fine," I replied, averting my gaze. "I'll check back in the morning." With a wry chuckle, I exited the bar and returned to the motel. While strolling back, I suddenly realized I wasn't the only one hurting. There were others. Then I walked into Kentwood General. I was hit with the smell of cleaning soap. The bright lights made the shiny floors look even more colorful. It was a significant change from the damaged places I'd been in during the war. The receptionist led me to Dr. Rosie's office, and then stepped back. I wondered why she was already back at work instead of at home. What exactly? Grieving? Because that was all she would have done if she had been home. Perhaps she needed the distractions to cope with all she was going through. Pushing open the door, I braced myself for the sight of her. Rosie had always been vibrant and robust every other day, until I delivered the sad news. The woman behind the seat was a pale imitation of the Rosie I knew. Her blonde curls were limp and lifeless, and dark circles accentuated the worry lines etched around her eyes. "Rosie?" I called out tentatively. Her head turned slowly in my direction. For a moment, I thought she didn't recognize me. Then a tired smile graced her face. "Peter," she rasped in a weak voice. "What are you doing here?" "Wanted to check on you," I mumbled, feeling awkward. I wasn't good at these kinds of situations. Back in the army, there were clear rules and a chain of command. Here, with Rosie looking so frail, I felt utterly lost. We talked for a while, or rather, I mostly listened. Rosie spoke in a monotone about her job and needing to be here for her patients. The woman who used to light up a room with her energy seemed to have shrunk into herself. An idea flickered in my mind. Maybe this was something I could fix, something tangible I could do. "Hey," I said gently, "how about I take you home today? You look like you could use the rest." Rosie's eyes welled up. "But the patients? I'm sure another doctor can handle that. Let me check." I suddenly doubted the decision. The truth was, I wasn't sure I was qualified to look after anyone, especially someone as fragile as Rosie. But the thought of her handling things alone was unbearable. She was falling apart. I returned to the reception and asked the lady, "Is there another doctor available since Dr. Rosie isn't doing quite well?" The lady nodded, saying, "Yes, Dr. Ray is here, but Dr. River has refused to take a break. Is everything okay with her now?" "No problem. I'll arrange for Dr. Ray to take over." She nodded. Then she asked, "And who are you, please?" "A friend," I replied. It was hard to convince Rosie to leave the hospital. It took a lot of cajoling. I helped her get into my old truck. The ride to her house was quiet. She stared out the window, her face pale and tired. And she wasn't the only one. Even her home, which used to be full of happiness and laughter, now felt sad. We strolled inside. The dust motes danced in the afternoon sunlight, slanting through the blinds. A half-empty cup of coffee sat on the center table. "You stay here and rest. I'll tidy up and cook something," I said, helping her settle onto the couch before heading to the kitchen with the cup. I took a deep breath and rolled up my sleeves. This wasn't my usual battle, but I was determined to help. I began by cleaning the kitchen, the sound of dishes clinking together, providing a welcome distraction from the emotions swirling inside me. By the time I finished, the aroma of frying bacon filled the air. It wasn't Russ's famous pecan pie, but it would have to do. Rosie sat at the table, a thin blanket wrapped around her shoulders, watching me strangely. "You going to try some?" I asked, hesitantly sliding a plate heaped with scrambled eggs and bacon in front of her. She picked up her fork, her movements slow and uncoordinated. Taking a bite, she chewed slowly, and then a flicker of her old fire returned to her eyes. "Not bad, soldier boy," she said, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "Not bad at all." She dug into the food, eating with so much enthusiasm. "How are you doing, Rose?" I asked gently. "Ugh," she sighed, dropping her cutlery and reaching for her glass of water. "How do you think? I'm a wreck, and it frustrates me. I usually have my shit together." I reached out to cover her hand. It's okay to feel overwhelmed, even if it's just this once. And after all is said and done, pick yourself up. For Matthew. She nodded, blinking back a few times. The doorbell rang, and I opened it to find a plump woman with a warm smile standing there. It was the same lady I had seen at the funeral who had been running around to put things together during the incident. She must be Rosie's best friend. "Rosie, you don't know how relieved I am that you're home, and you have company," she said, her gaze flickering to me. "This is Peter, a friend of Russ's," Rosie replied weakly. "Peter, meet Laura." Laura turned out to be full of energy and kindness. She insisted that Rosie eat more food, chatting excitedly as they caught up. She promised to check in often now and pick up Matthew from school. It was good knowing she had Rosie's back. As the sun went down and shadows stretched across the room, I knew I had to leave. Saying bye to Rosie was hard. We both felt sad, and although we didn't say it, we knew it was there all the same. "Thank you, Peter," she said, her voice fading into a cough that shook her frail body. I placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to offer support. There were so many things we wanted to say, but couldn't. "Get some rest," I said gruffly, my voice thick with emotion. "I'll come by tomorrow." She nodded weakly, a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Laura called from the room. "I made the bed, Rosie. Come on. Bye, Pete." Stepping out onto the porch, I took a deep breath of the Louisiana air, thick with the scent of honeysuckle and something bittersweet that reminded me of Russ. Rosie. The insistent chirp of the robin outside my window coaxed me awake. I blinked against the harsh sunlight, the ache in my chest growing into a dull throb. For a moment, I lay there, pretending the world hadn't shifted on its axis, and Russ was still beside me with his strong arms wrapped around me. Then reality hit me hard, suffocating me with its weight. Russ was gone, and now I had to pick up the pieces of our shattered life. I was left to cater for our 4-year-old son all by myself. The soft scratching at the bedroom door announced Laura's arrival. She had become my reliable friend, a beacon of sunshine in these dark days. "Hey, sleepyhead," she said gently, but her eyes held a knowing glint. I tried so hard to mask the worry and be strong. "Morning, Laura," I croaked, my throat scratchy. "Coffee?" She gave a wry smile. "Already brewing, Doc. You know I can't function without my morning dose of caffeine myself." She led me to the kitchen table, freshly brewed coffee filling the air. Laura pushed a steaming mug towards me, her gaze lingering on my face. "You look awful, Rosie," she said bluntly. "How long has it been since you slept properly?" My cheeks burned hot. "I don't know, Laura. Maybe a few hours here and there." Sleep had become an indulgence I couldn't tolerate. There were bills to be paid, mountains of paperwork to sort through, and the constant worry gnawing at me like a relentless monster. Laura sighed, her usual cheerfulness dimmed. "Rosie, don't get me started on the whole 'you're a doctor' charade. You know you can't take care of Matthew, yourself, and everything else if you're running on fumes." I knew she was right. The fatigue was a constant shadow, clinging to me like a shroud. But facing the enormity of my grief, the gaping hole Russ's absence left behind, felt insurmountable. This had been dumped on me so unexpectedly that I wasn't sure how to survive it. I miss him, Laura," I confessed. Tears welled up in my eyes, blurring the familiar sight of our kitchen. Laura reached across the table, her warm hand squeezing mine. "I know, honey, we all do. But right now, Matthew needs you. He needs you strong." Her words reminded me of my responsibility. Matthew, with his mop of unruly brown hair and Russ's dimples, deserved a semblance of normalcy. I was supposed to be the rock he ran to in the storm. "Well, it's summer soon. Matthew and I would have some lone vacation and—" Laura caught me off gently. "Rosie, you're in no state to handle a summer vacation with a 4-year-old ball of energy. Your parents would love to have Matthew for a few weeks. Or even your in-laws. Let him go spend time with them." Part of me recoiled. The thought of being apart from Matthew felt like a betrayal, even for a short while. But Laura's words echoed in my mind. I needed to be strong for Matthew, and Peter had said the same thing too. "I don't know, Laura," I mumbled, pushing the coffee mug away. The untouched beverage suddenly seemed unappealing. Laura's gaze softened. "Think about it. A little break might be just what you both need. Time to grieve, time to heal. You can't pour from an empty cup, my friend." Her words lingered heavily in the air like a truth I couldn't deny. The past few weeks had passed in a blur, as if I had been on autopilot. It was fueled by grief and a desperate need to stay afloat. But at what cost? Was I failing Matthew in my current state? Taking a deep breath, I turned to Laura, her unwavering support comforting my tired soul. "You're right," I conceded, the words sounding foreign on my tongue. Laura's relieved smile bloomed. "Of course I'm right. Now come on, let's get you some breakfast and figure out a plan for this little man of yours." Laura bustled around the kitchen, her usual efficiency a welcome distraction. The clinking of dishes and the sizzle of batter on the griddle were the only sounds that dared to pierce the thick fog of my grief. A tiny seed of hope flickered within me. I couldn't find a way to navigate this new reality and honor Russ's memory by being the strong mother Matthew needed. Her words about needing a full cup to pour kept floating in my mind. Lately, I felt like a cracked cup, leaking the very essence of myself with every passing day. Matthew deserved more than a fractured mother, a shell of the woman he once knew. Sipping the cold coffee, my gaze followed her movement. Laura's backside was fuller. I halted in my stride. Come to think of it, she was a bit rounder. The pregnancy! My God, it would be best if you forgave me, Laura. How's the baby? Have you told Dave? Laura rolled her eyes as she flipped the pancakes on the grill, the silence stretching between us. I didn't want to bring it up with everything you were going through. But you told him, didn't you? She sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. Yes, I did. And? I asked, feeling several emotions gunning for attention right now. I felt sad for the life Russ and I had planned, a life that would forever remain unfilled. I was angry at losing him so early. I felt betrayed that the country he gave his life for couldn't fight for her fallen heroes. But most of all, I had this surge of fierce protectiveness for my friend. "What are you going to do?" I asked gently, swallowing the rising lump in my throat. Laura looked up with moist eyes and her lips quivering. "I'm going to have this baby, Rosie. I made a mistake, a terrible mistake. But this child is innocent, doesn't deserve to be punished for my actions." She paused and took a deep breath. "I don't know who the father is. It was a one-night stand, a stupid decision I'll regret for the rest of my life. But my boyfriend, he couldn't handle it, said it was a betrayal, and he walked out." My heart ached for Laura. Here she was, facing an unplanned pregnancy alone, while I struggled with the loss of my husband. Life, it seemed, had a cruel sense of humor. "You're strong, Laura," I said, my voice more robust than I felt. "You'll get through this. And if you need anything at all, anything, you know I'm here for you." Laura's lips wobbled, and for a moment I thought the dam would break and tears would spill freely. But she blinked them back, a steely resolve flickering in her eyes. "Thank you, Rosie," she said, her voice hoarse. "You have no idea what that means to me." I chuckled. "That's why you got to be strong, baby. I'll need you." We sat in comfortable silence, each lost in our thoughts, yet a silent understanding weaving a new connection thread between us. We were women adrift, clinging to the wreckage of our lives, battered by storms of our own making. The shared vulnerability, the unspoken pact of support, offered a fragile comfort in the face of immense grief. The day continued in a blur of activity. I called Russ's parents and finalized the pickup arrangement. His grandpa offered to pick Matthew up by the end of the week. Later that evening, after Matthew was tucked into bed, exhaustion finally caught up with me. Curled on the couch, a mug of lukewarm tea clutched in my hands, I stared out the window at the star-dusted night sky. The silence in the house was deafening, a stark contrast to the usual symphony of giggles and bedtime stories that filled our evenings. Tears welled in my eyes, hot and silent, as they traced a path down my cheeks. Russ's absence was a gaping hole in my world, a constant gnawing ache that threatened to swallow me whole. I missed him with a ferocity that took my breath away. The life we had planned and our shared dreams shattered like fragments of a broken mirror. A sob escaped my lips, echoing in the stillness. Just then, thumping footsteps on the stairs made me look up. Laura stood in the doorway, her face etched with concern. Without a word, she crossed the room and settled beside me on the couch. I leaned into her, the familiar scent of lavender and sunshine offering a little comfort. She wrapped her arm around me, her touch a silent understanding. We sat in companionable silence, tears mingling on our cheeks, our shared grief weaving a strong bond between us. Words were unnecessary. The pain, the loss, the uncertainty. We understood each other in a way that transcended any known communication. I woke up with a start, disoriented and drenched in sweat. I felt disappointed when I realized it was just another night I couldn't sleep well. Looking at the clock, I saw it was almost dawn. Sighing, I threw on a robe and padded towards the kitchen, hoping a cup of hot tea would soothe my ragged nerves. As I reached for the kettle, the sound of a car pulling into the driveway sent a jolt through me. Frowning, I peered out the window. It was Peter's beat-up truck, headlights cutting through the clearing darkness. What's he doing here at this hour? I opened the door and raised a brow. Peter stood on the porch, his face filled with worry under the pale moonlight. "Hey, Rosie," he said hesitantly. I just wanted to make sure you were okay." "I'm okay." "Laura called," he explained, his gaze flickering over my shoulder. "She said you weren't answering your phone, and she seemed out of it." Guilt washed over me. Laura must have noticed my tear-stained face and shaky hands earlier when she dropped Matthew. I'd been so out of it that I didn't stop to say a proper hello. "I'm fine, Peter," I lied, my voice thin even to my ears. "Why would she call you?" He studied me for a long moment, his brow furrowed. "You sure? You look..."
Like I haven't slept in a week? Probably because I haven't. I finished for him, a humorless laugh escaping my lips. Peter hesitated, then gestured towards the porch swing. Do you mind? I shut the door and stepped outside. We sat silently for a while. The only sounds were the chirping crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. The air was heavy with words unspoken, a wave of sadness filling the space between us, even without saying anything. Finally, Peter said, Russ used to love sitting outside at night, staring at the stars. A lump formed in my throat. He knew my husband. Russ loved stargazing. It was a ritual that brought him peace. I remembered how he made me watch the night sky every night. He said it helped him feel connected to something bigger, I whispered, the memory a bittersweet ache in my chest. Peter nodded, his gaze fixed on the star-dusted sky. Maybe you could use some of that connection right now. I should. We sat quietly together for another hour, lost in our thoughts but connected by a silent understanding. The sky started to get brighter from the east side, with the first light of dawn streaming in. A sudden urge to break the silence seized me. Thank you, Peter, I said, my voice thick with emotion, for coming here, for the company. He turned to me, his gaze surprised me with its depth. Any time, Rosie. Always. When our eyes met, a spark ignited between us, a flicker of something unexpected. There was a tension in the air that wasn't there before, my cheeks flushed with warmth. How long had it been since I'd even thought about intimacy? Shame flooded over me like a cold wave, extinguishing the tiny spark. Right now, grief, not desire, should be my only companion. I should get some sleep, I stammered, breaking eye contact. Peter stood up, his expression unreadable. Yeah, probably a good idea. We walked to the door silently, the awkward tension thickening the air. At the doorstep, he paused, his hand lingering on the doorknob. Rosie, he began, then stopped abruptly. Whatever he was going to say died on his lips. Have a restful night, all right? Good night, Peter, I whispered. He nodded curtly, and I walked towards his truck, the crunch of gravel under his boots, the only sound in the stillness of the morning. As I watched him drive away, a strange feeling of longing settled in my stomach, something I couldn't quite understand. Climbing back into bed, the sheets felt strangely cold and empty, and sleep remained elusive. Peter. I pushed through the pain and the strain of the exercise, grateful for the distraction it provided from the turmoil inside me. Lifting the heavy weight, I kept trying until I couldn't go any further, then stopped. Each repetition was a release, a chance to channel the anger and frustration that simmered beneath the surface. But no matter how hard I pushed myself, it was never enough to drown out the memories that haunted me. As I finished my set, wiping the sweat from my brow, footsteps echoed through the gym. I glanced up, expecting to see a familiar face. But it was Damien who strode in, his swagger oozing arrogance. I tensed instinctively, my muscles coiling like a spring ready to snap. Damien and I should never be in the same space. Not the gym. He hit women for fun. That wasn't going to sit well with me. I could make his face my punching bag. He sauntered over, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, if it isn't little Petey back from the war. Did you miss me? I gritted my teeth, the urge to lash out almost overwhelming. But I held myself back, reminding myself that violence wouldn't solve anything. I forced a tight smile, my voice strained. What do you want, Damien? I'm in no mood for your games. He chuckled, a sound that grated on my nerves like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, go on, Petey. Can't a guy have a friendly chat with his old rival? I gave him a disdained look. He wagged his finger in my face. Yeah, I looked you up after that incident with my wife. His fingers danced dangerously close. I clenched my fists, the anger boiling beneath the surface. Don't come any closer. He leaned in close, his breath hot against my ear.
Listen, I heard about what happened to your buddies. Tough break, huh? At least now Nora's free to be with a real man. My vision went red as those words slapped my face. To hear Damien taunt me with my losses, it was too much. I stepped back, my hands trembling with rage. You son of a... His smirk and croaked laughter cut me off. Careful now. You won't want to do anything you'd regret. After all. I didn't wait for him to finish. I jabbed his nose, breaking the bones with a satisfying crunch. He staggered back, clutching his bloodied nose with his hands. Damn it, you jerk! It's one thing to be silly and another to keep a close tab on death wishes. Try this again and I'll end you. By the way, touch that wife of yours and your political career ends. With a final glare, I stormed out of the gym, the sound of Damien's grunts echoing in my ears. I reached the parking lot, slinging my bag on my shoulder. I didn't want to interfere or get involved in Damien's twisted family drama, but after what he had done, after what he had said, I couldn't just sit back and do nothing. I pulled out my phone, my fingers flying over the screen as I dialed my contact in the industry. The call was answered on the first ring, a voice on the other end brimming with confidence. Hey, it's me, I said. I need a favor. The weight of the world that I seemed to have shouldered lifted as I heard Rosie's voice on the other end of the line. Her warmth filled the airwaves, pushing away the shadows that haunted my thoughts. But her frequent giggling worried me. Are you all right? Can I visit? She asked, her voice soft and sweet like honey. I need to see you, Peter. It's lonely here. I gave her the address, feeling my heart race with anticipation. While waiting, I cleaned the room and ordered some food to be brought up. Betty, I'm expecting a guest, and I'm not sure what her preferences are. Can you prepare something quickly upon request? Of course, no problem, she assured me. When Rosie arrived, I welcomed her with open arms. Her sweet fragrance filled the air. Hey. You were supposed to check on me, she accused, raising a bottle of wine. Need a drinking buddy. My son left for his grandparents. Oh, I replied, stepping aside to let her in. You must miss him. A lot, she said, setting the wine on the small table before settling onto the mini couch in the room. Why are you staying in a motel? I hadn't planned to stay in Kentwood. Initially, I would deliver the news and return home to Baton Rouge. But now, it seemed like Kentwood was becoming more like home. I'm just looking around for something nice, I replied. What would you like? She shook her head. Motel food? I'll pass. The wine is good. They do make the best sandwiches, though, I continued, hoping she would take a bite. She had lost so much weight, and it concerned me. Maybe I should talk to Laura about it. Here, have a taste. She reluctantly took a bite, then closed her eyes. Nice. As we settled in to enjoy the refreshments with the wine, I asked about her well-being and if she had returned to the hospital. She was due back in the coming week. I had a run-in with Damien, and he pissed me off. Really? I warned you about him, she said, sipping her wine. He's a slimy bastard. Yeah, but we have history, and he's using that to taunt me. I told her everything about Damien and what had transpired between us. I also gave Nora's backstory and told her she had left me for him. He hits her. Pretty bad. Got bruises all over her body. Anyway, she ran to my mom for help. Rosie listened intently, her eyes filled with empathy. I'm so sorry, Peter, she sighed. I can't imagine what she's been through. Nora should get out. She's worried he's too powerful. Anyway, I dealt with it, I said, my voice heavy with exhaustion as I reached for the bottle to pour us more wine. I hope you aren't using the wine as your salve. She rolled her eyes, a hint of frustration in her tone. I just need to unwind today. Don't read too much into it. I held up my hands in surrender. Fair enough. We indulged in the warmth of our company, the weight of our grief pressing down on us like a suffocating blanket. We were two grieving souls drowning our sorrow in a liquor. As we sipped our wine, the silence between us stretched. I cleared my throat, breaking the mood that had settled over us like a shroud. I miss him. Nodding, I continued. I miss him, and every day it feels like a piece of me is missing. It makes me wonder what it'll be like for you." Rosie reached out and took my hand, her touch gentle and reassuring. "I know, Peter," she said. "It's like I can't take a breath without him. Russ was the center of my world. Who knew I could breathe?" We stared into each other's eyes, lost and connected by the thin thread of life. For some reason, I was drawn to her. I leaned in closer, the distance between us closing with each passing moment. "I've also come to care about you, Rosie, more than anything in this world." She smiled, her lips soft against mine as we kissed. Everything else faded away at that moment, leaving only the two of us entwined in each other's arms. But the moment was interrupted by my phone ringing, the sound jarring in the quiet room. I glanced at the caller ID, my heart racing with anticipation. "I'm sorry," she sputtered, leaning back in her seat. "I need to take this. It's important." She nodded and turned away. I answered the call, my pulse quickening as I heard the voice on the other end. "We got him," Jackson said, excitement evident in their tone. "Ghost has been extracted." I felt a surge of adrenaline course through me, the news almost too good to be true. "Thank you," I said, barely able to contain my excitement. "Thank you so much." I hung up the phone, a grin spreading across my face. "Rosie," I said, facing her, "they caught him, the man who murdered my men and Russ." She leaped to her feet, her eyes shining excitedly, then stilled. "Dear Lord, that's good." She clammed her hands over her mouth. "But?" "It's not going to bring him back," she wailed, flinging herself in my arms. We embraced, the joy of the moment mingling with a sickening realization. The tension in the air crackled with a raw energy I hadn't felt in years. A strange mix of guilt and longing gnawed at me. Her vulnerability, the unspoken yearning in her eyes, sparked a flame within me that had long been dormant. Maybe it was the wine, the shared grief, or the unspoken connection that simmered beneath the surface. But as we held each other, her hands brushed against mine. Our eyes met, and a million unspoken questions instantly hung in the air. Without a word, we leaned in, closing the space between us. Her lips were warm and soft, a gentle exploration that sent shivers down my spine. The kiss was hesitant at first, but then, as if a dam had broken, the emotions that had been simmering within us erupted. My blood began pounding so hard through my veins that my cheeks flushed, and my focus became hazy, all from the image of sinking my hardness into her warmth. I walked us to the bed, even as we discarded our clothes. She tugged at my buttons, ripping off a few. "Damn it," I stammered through clenched teeth, knowing fighting this wasn't possible. In a quick motion, I flipped her onto her stomach, grinding against her from behind. She moaned as I yanked her skirt up above her hips and shoved her panties to the side. The sight of her perfect sight had me feeling wild. My body quivered with need, my hardness pushing against my briefs. "Pete!" She rocked her body against me. Bending down, I took a ravenous suckle of her wetness and pulled off the panties. She spun around, and her hands grabbed my briefs, pulling out my hardness. When she wrapped her fingers around me, I lost my little restraint. I managed to pull down my briefs and then plunged inside her, and it was like heaven. Her moans and the sight of her soft hips in my hands were enough to drive me harder. But it was the tight heat of her warmth that made me crazy. Her body was molded for me and fitted into mine in a way that made me never want another again. "Harder," she gasped, pushing upward, her delicate fingers digging into my back. I gave her what she wanted, slamming into her harder and harder, wondering if I could be hurting her, but she didn't look like she was in any pain. The expression on her face was more like ecstasy. "Oh, Rose," she moaned in a high-pitched plea, spreading her legs wider to make room for me. I loved the sound of her cries and soft moans so much. I pulled her hips up and slammed into them, grunting with each lightning-fast stroke. Her beautiful warmth squeezed my groin tightly as she came. Holding her hips in my hands, I let her body relax from her orgasm as I continued hitting her deep. My hardness jerked, and I grunted, watching her intently while her body soaked up everything I was giving her. I rolled her atop me so she was lying face down on my body while the passion rocked us both. It was only when I finally pulled out that reality hit. Rosie. The drive home was a blur, guilt pressed heavily on my chest with each passing mile, choking me. I could still feel the warmth of Peter's touch on my fingertips, like a ghostly feeling that made me shiver. How could I have let that happen? I chastised myself. Russ, my husband, the man I loved and swore to spend forever with, was barely cold in the ground. The sex, impulsive and charged with a raw emotion I couldn't explain, felt like a betrayal, not just of him, but of myself. Pulling into the driveway, I turned off the engine and sat there momentarily, gathering my composure. Stepping out of the car, the quiet house greeted me with a hollowness that echoed the emptiness within me. Forcing myself to be okay, I wiped away the stray tear and retreated to my room. My mind replayed the events of the evening in excruciating detail. Peter's hand on mine, his intense gaze, the spark that ignited between us in the quiet aftermath of every damned act. It was wrong, this attraction I felt towards him. The thought of hurting Russ and betraying what we had shared made me feel sick. I rushed into the bathroom and vomited, trying to get rid of the wrenching feeling inside. But a part of me, a part I couldn't suppress, couldn't deny the undeniable chemistry between us. The warmth of his touch, the vulnerability in his eyes, had awakened something long dormant within me. Was it grief seeking peace, or something more? The questions swirled in my head, unanswered and unsettling. I walked out of the bathroom, torn and ashamed, because I didn't want to be alone. I returned to the car and headed for Laura's apartment. While I drove, I deliberated what I'd do. Tell my best friend I slept with my husband's best friend? Or just let it go, buried, never to be revisited. My phone buzzed as I pulled into her driveway. It was Laura, her voice strained but surprisingly calm. Rosie? I'm spotting again. Heavier this time. What did she mean she was spotting again? When was the first? My heart lurched into my throat. Okay, honey, stay calm. I'm right outside. Let me in. The door creaked open before I could finish my sentence. Laura stood there, leaning heavily against the door frame, her face contorted in pain. I'll do a quick checkup, I urged, guiding her inside and onto the couch. Frantically, I checked her pulse. She was bleeding heavily. Taking my phone, I dialed Kentwood General Hospital. It's Dr. Rivera. I need help. Lucy, my pregnant friend's bleeding. Get me some medics here. The words tumbled out in a rush. Laura clung to my hand, breathing quickly as I made the call. I'm here. Just breathe. I got you. The minutes stretched into an eternity. Finally, the siren's wail pierced the air, a welcome sound that brought a flicker of hope. Within minutes, 2 paramedics rushed into the house, a flurry of questions and efficient movements. They quickly assessed Laura, their faces unreadable. We need to get her to the hospital, I informed them. Now. They spun into action, helping them lift Laura onto a stretcher. I watched as they wheeled her out the door, her pale face etched with fear. Jumping into my car, I followed the ambulance, the emergency lights casting a strobing red glow on the night road. My mind raced with a million questions, each one unanswered and fueling my anxiety. I need to start paying attention. Arriving at the hospital, I practically sprinted through the automatic doors, the sterile white walls doing little to quell the churning in my stomach. Dr. Ray hurried past me. Are you coming? He asked. I was a mess. She didn't need me right now. No, I'll wait here. The walls of the waiting room were closing in on me. Every tick of the clock echoed in my ears, every passing minute stretching into an eternity. I paced back and forth, praying she was okay. These things happen, but I can't stop worrying. The concerned nurses ran by, offering words of encouragement. I could barely remember anything that was said. Finally, the doctor emerged. His face was etched with concern, but not the kind that was alarming. A weary relief settled over me. Dr. Ray, is everything okay? He took a deep breath. It's a bit of a complicated situation. The bleeding was concerning, but we were able to stop it. However, he paused, his gaze flickering to the closed door. The ultrasound revealed, well, let's say your friend might be carrying twins. We'll run more tests. My jaw dropped. Twins? Laura facing unplanned motherhood alone, and now this? A little bit of shock and unexpected joy battled within me. Twins! I finally managed the word echoing in the sterile silence of the waiting room. The doctor smiled. That's right. There are 2 heartbeats in there. 2 little surprises for you both. And she's okay. Relief flooded my system, warm and welcome. Laura might be facing a challenge, but it was one she wouldn't face alone. I was here for her, now more than ever. Taking a deep breath, I squared my shoulders. It was time for both of us to be strong. The morning light filtering through the blinds painted dappled patterns on the bedspread. Exhaustion clung to me like a second skin, a lingering reminder of the night spent pacing the sterile walls of the waiting room. The events of the previous evening rushed back. Laura's panicked call, the frantic drive to the hospital, the agonizing wait for news. I also remembered Dr. Ray's words. Twins. Laura lay sprawled on the other side of the bed, deep in sleep. She was still getting hold of the unexpected joys and challenges of single motherhood. Now she had to add carrying not 1, but 2 little lives to it. I gently opened the door and tiptoed out of her room. Reaching for my phone, I video called Russ's parents. After a few rings, Russ's mom's face filled the screen. Rosie! She waved, a relieved smile spreading across her face. How are you? Hi, Ma, I greeted. Thank you for taking Matthew. I know it was short notice. Nonsense, dear, she replied. He's a delight to have around. We should thank you for letting him come spend the holidays with us. A chuckle escaped her lips. He talks about you and Russ all the time. My heart bleeds and soars at the same time. Her words brought tears to my eyes. They weren't just taking care of Matthew, but offering me a much-needed respite. I had a chance to be there for Laura and deal with the emotional fallout of Russ's death. I don't know what I'd do without you, I replied, grateful to have them. We are here for you, Rosie, she said, her voice firm but laced with warmth. Always here. Robin just walked in with Matt. Let me put him on the phone. There was a disruption before Matthew's voice filled the phone. His face covered the screen. Mommy! Hey, Dino, how are you? He looked so cute, my heart ached. I chuckled away a tear. Are you having fun? Yes, Mommy. Grandpa's farm is the biggest. I ate cherry. Great, darling, I stifled, brushing aside a tear. Tell me about it. For the next few minutes, I listened to him chatter about his holiday and fun activities. My heart swelled. After we were done, I thanked his grandparents. Hanging up, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. The burden of grief, though ever present, felt slightly lighter. I was surrounded by love, support, and a network of women who would hold me up when I faltered. Taking a deep breath, I leaned back on the wall. The road ahead wouldn't be easy, but I wouldn't face it alone. There was Laura, her strength mirroring my own. There were Russ's parents, and their love was a constant source of comfort. My parents were also there for me, though I was miles away. And there was Matthew, my son, whose infectious laughter reminded me of life's enduring beauty. Perhaps there was a future for me beyond the fog of grief. A future where I could rebuild, laugh again, and find joy again. The path ahead was still unclear, but for the first time, I wasn't worried or sad. Peter. The days that followed were a slow, agonizing burn. Rosie had been gaslighting me ever since the incident that night. No more phone calls, no more impromptu visits, just a deafening silence. Out of respect, I'd also stayed out of her way, but I couldn't escape the memory of that night and the passionate moment. On the other hand, I understood her. The guilt gnawed at me relentlessly as well. Russ was my closest friend, the man who had my back through hell and high water, and I'd betrayed him, betrayed his memory. Even then, a part of me, The part I couldn't ignore whispered a different truth. The kiss, the raw connection we shared, hadn't been a betrayal. It was a desperate yearning for more, for a lifeline in the storm of grief that threatened to consume us both. Rosie, what do we do? The bond we shared, forged in shared grief and deep memories of Russ, had blossomed into something more unexpected. But what was that more? A fleeting romance, a shared moment of weakness? Or was there a possibility, however fragile, of something deeper, something real? The answer, frustratingly, remained elusive. I turned towards my childhood home, and my heart ached. The roads blurred into one another as I struggled with the disturbance within me. Russ's memory and unwavering loyalty reminded me of the boundaries I shouldn't cross. Pulling into the driveway, I climbed out of the truck, the gravel crunching under my boots. Mom's porch light cast a warm glow on the weathered siding, a beacon of comfort in the gathering dusk. Pushing open the screen door, the inviting scent of her pot roast greeted me. I stepped into the living room just as Mom walked in, handkerchief in hand. "Peter, what brings you here so late?" she asked, her voice laced with surprise. "I'm cooking. Come with me to the kitchen." "Just needed to get out," I mumbled, collapsing into the chair she pulled out. For a while, we sat in comfortable silence. The ticking clock on the wall provided the only background music. Finally, Mom spoke. "You haven't been yourself lately," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "What's going on, son?" Hesitantly, I poured out my heart to her. The guilt, the confusion, the unexpected feelings for Rosie. She listened patiently, her gaze unwavering. When I finished, she reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "Peter," she began, stopping to sit beside me. "Grief can be a messy thing. It doesn't always follow the rules. And love," she paused, her eyes searching mine, "doesn't always die with the person you lose." Her words brought a spark of clarity amidst the fog of emotions. My love for Russ, the loyalty that bound us, wouldn't be diminished by allowing myself to care for Rosie. They were two different kinds of love, each holding its unique space in my heart. "But there are boundaries, Peter," Mom continued firmly. "Boundaries that need to be respected. Rosie is grieving, just like you. Let things unfold naturally. Don't pressure her. Don't force anything. If there's something there, it will find its way." Taking a deep breath, I nodded. Mom was right. Pushing things and making assumptions wouldn't bring clarity. I needed to respect Rosie's space, her time to grieve, and her right to choose her path. Mom got up then. "Nora left a note. She got out, thanks to you." I nodded, grateful I could help her. "And Damien? He's been probed right now. CCTV caught him in the act. Terrible for him." I had instructed my man on what to do, and Damien reeled himself in. Good. The following days were a test of patience. I kept myself occupied with chores around the house and helping out at the local veterans center. Everything to keep my mind off Rosie. That way, I burned the urge to reach out and see how she was doing, even if it was a constant battle. One afternoon, my phone rang as I finished repairing the old barn. An unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. Hesitantly, I answered. "Hello?" "Peter? It's Laura." "Laura, hi. Is everything okay?" Yes, she replied, her voice strained. Her voice hitched slightly, and I could practically hear the worry bubbling beneath the surface. "It's Rosie. She fainted this morning." I suddenly felt a rush of energy. "Fainted? Is she all right? Where is she?" "At the hospital," Laura replied, her voice trembling slightly. "They're running some tests, but haven't told me anything yet. I'm scared, Pete." Panic clawed at my throat. Rosie in the hospital? Alone and scared. The image sent a wave of protectiveness crashing over me. "I'm on my way," I said, already dashing in to grab my keys. "I'll be there soon. And Laura," I added, my voice softening, Please take care of her in the meantime. I'm not in Kentwood at the moment." Hanging up, I tossed my tools into the toolbox. Jumping into my truck, I peeled out of the driveway, the engine screaming in protest. The drive to Kentwood and, subsequently, the hospital was a blur. Traffic lights turned red, and stop signs materialized, but they barely registered in my frantic mind. All I could think of was a pale and unconscious Rosie. Hours later, I pulled into the hospital parking lot and sprinted towards the entrance. Laura paced back and forth, a lost expression on my face. "Peter!" Laura exclaimed, relief flooding her face. "Thank God you're here!" Laura offered a weak smile, her eyes filled with gratitude, and the following hours stretched into an agonizing eternity. We sat in the sterile waiting room, a tapestry woven with worry, unspoken words, and Matthew's occasional sniffle. Finally, a doctor emerged, his face unreadable. "Dr. Ray?" Laura asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Laura," the doctor replied, flickering to me before settling back on Laura. "Your friend seems to be suffering from exhaustion. She's been stressed lately, and her body gave out." "Exhaustion, all right. At least it wasn't some mysterious illness, not something life-threatening." "Can we see her?" I asked the doctor. He nodded. "She's awake now, but resting. You can go in for a few minutes, but keep it quiet." Following him down the sterile hallway was the longest walk ever. I felt guilty, relieved, and worried all at once. There was also a possessiveness that surprised me. Pushing open the door, I sighed at the pale sight of Rosie lying in the hospital bed. Her eyes fluttered open. "Peter?" she whispered, her voice weak. "Hey," I said, pulling a chair beside her bed. "You scared the daylights out of us," Laura wailed and rushed to hug her. A ghost of a smile played on her lips. "Sorry, guess I overdid it a bit." We talked for a while, quiet conversation punctuated by long silences. The room became lighter and infused with hope. As visiting hours ended, I waited by Rosie's bedside, reluctant to leave. She reached out, her frail hand warm, eyes a deep blue that mirrored the summer sky. "Thank you for coming," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "Always," I replied, my voice a low rumble. Then I leaned in and brushed a soft kiss against her forehead. "Why don't you stay with her? I'll head home," Laura suggested. Without a backward glance, she took her leave. The silence in the room stretched, filled with unspoken words and the faint beeping of the heart monitor. Rosie, her eyes downcast, traced lazy circles on the back of my hand with her thumb. The gesture was so intimate that it sent a jolt through me. "Rosie." Our eyes locked, a silent conversation transpiring between us. The guilt, that constant shadow, still lingering at the edges of my mind. But alongside it, a new emotion bloomed, a protectiveness towards Rosie that surprised even me. "About the other night." She flushed a soft pink, her gaze flickering away from mine. "We don't have to talk about that now," she murmured, but I couldn't let the moment pass. "Could you just hear me out?" I insisted. "We should talk. I mean, if that's what's been exhausting you. What happened? It wasn't just about grief, was it?" A long pause followed, filled only with the faint hum of the machines in the background. Finally, a soft sigh escaped her lips. "No," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "It wasn't. And you're right, I've been beating myself up for it." Another beat of silence followed. Finally, I took a deep breath and spoke with honesty. "Rosie, I care about you, a lot, but I know this is a difficult time for you. When you're ready, when you've had time to grieve, if you're open to it, I'd like to explore what this is between us." My heart hammered against my ribs as I waited for her response. This was a gamble, a leap of faith into uncharted territory, but the possibility of a future with Rosie, a future built on shared memories, laughter, and maybe even love, it was a risk I was willing to take. "And if I want to stay friends?"
she asked with raised brows. There's no pressure, Rosie, I replied quickly, misunderstanding her hesitation. Just take your time, but know that I'm here whenever you need me, as a friend if that's all you want. Or maybe something more. She chuckled softly, the sound like a balm to my anxious heart. You're persistent, Peter, she said, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. Maybe, I admitted, a smile tugging at the corner of my lips. But sometimes the people worth having are worth fighting for. Another silence stretched between us, filled with tension and a spark of possibility. Then, to my surprise, Rosie reached up, her hand cupping my cheek. Her touch sent shivers down my spine, a jolt of electricity that defied the sterile environment. Leaning in, she bridged the gap between us, her lips meeting mine in a desperate and tender kiss. It was a kiss that fueled the raw emotions we both harbored. Beneath it was a yearning for connection, companionship, and an unwritten future. We clung to each other, a tangle of limbs on the hospital bed, the world outside fading away. The kiss deepened, and a silent promise whispered against my lips. Rosie, I finally managed, pulling back slightly, our foreheads resting together. This can't be just about what happened the other night. You need time to heal, to grieve Russ properly. She looked up at me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I know, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. But Peter. I leaned over, intending to kiss her, until she blurted out. Wait, what? I'm pregnant.